Town Hall, I'm Rich Thomason. Powerful storms have again wreaked havoc across the Midwest. Tornadoes, heavy rains, flash flooding. First responders and utility crews have been working to clear the roads and restore power to hundreds of thousands. A 4-year-old Indiana boy died when a tree fell on his home. Indiana Governor Mike Braun says his state has been slammed this week and it may not be over yet.
There were places down like around Newcastle, Henry County, got up to 10 inches of rain. So where it was mostly wind up here and losing power in that neck of the woods, roads were being washed out. There were a lot of water rescues. So this was quite a storm that moved across our state.
There have been numerous evacuations and many high water rescues. The earthquake death toll in Colombia is up to at least 265 as the window for rescuing additional survivors from the rubble slowly closes. Looks like there's going to be a high-profile job opening at the White House.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is leaving her post at the end of August to spend more time with her young family after the recent birth of her second child. As he announced her departure, President Trump described her as one of his most trusted aides, saying she would continue to be one of his top outside advisors. In a social media post, Leavitt called it a bittersweet decision and that she felt in her heart she cannot be the best mom her 2 young children deserve while devoting the constant time, energy, and attention required of the White House press secretary. Leavitt served the president as a press aide during his first term in the White House and is the youngest person to hold the role of press secretary at age 28. I'm Jennifer King.
The Kennedy Center's board is set to meet today to discuss where to go from here now that a federal judge has blocked a 2-year closure for renovations. On Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 131 points. NASDAQ futures 19 points higher. S&P futures up 13. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
Israel's army is sending more troops to the restive West Bank.
In recent months, it's struggled to deal with settler violence carried out by hundreds of extremists who've been carrying out daily attacks on Palestinians. 2 families living on the outskirts of the village of Kusra, south of Nablus, say a group of about a dozen settlers has been tormenting them. On Sunday, they blocked the road to their gates and cut off their power and water supplies. The first Israeli soldiers who came to the site prayed with the settlers, an act for which the Israeli military later said they'd be disciplined. Settlements are illegal under international law, but the Israeli government has promoted their recent rapid expansion.
The BBC's Yolande Nell in Jerusalem. Large parts of Europe will be sweltering again, with Britain poised for its 5th heat wave of an exceptional summer. It's expected to be the hottest ever. Forecasters are predicting the mercury to rise as high as 100 degrees today in central and southeast England. News and analysis, townhall.com. A social media giant is going on trial.
Jury selection began Wednesday in Meta's federal trial over claims its platforms have harmed youth mental health and tracked children in violation of federal law. The trial is scheduled to begin next week and is expected to last 6 to 8 weeks. Meta faces 29 states in the federal multi-district lawsuit filed in 2023, but the Oakland trial will only include the first 4: California, Colorado, Kentucky, and New Jersey. Keith Peters, Washington.
Google is out with its latest lineup of Pixel phones featuring slimmer cameras, including a more powerful zoom and artificial intelligence features. Google hopes the upgrades will give users a reason to buy new models and expand the number of people using its artificial intelligence tools. The most inexpensive phone in this new lineup starts at $900. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Wagering at its finest.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Well, happy Thursday morning, Friday Eve. Whew, we're almost there. Dano is tired this morning, folks, but we're going to do what we do and just power through. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start as we always do with where I am in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be 92, and AccuWeather says it's toasty. Makes me think of Mad Men. It's toasty. I think it was it's toasted, but that's close enough. A low tonight of 72. Right now, the temperature also 72 in the River City. Squirrels fall again to Harrisburg, 6-2. They'll play again tonight at 6:30. In D.C., the high will be a toasty 92. A low tonight, 74. Right now, the temperature is 76 degrees in the nation's capital. The Cubs double up on the Nats, 12-6 yesterday. They'll play again at 4:05 this afternoon. Commanders welcome Miami to town for the first preseason game in NFL, for their NFL schedule tomorrow night at 7. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high today of 95, a low this evening of 74. Right now, the temperature already 78 degrees in Georgia. The Braves down the Mets 6-3. Broncos at Falcons for their first preseason game of the season tomorrow night in Atlanta, 7 p.m. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 98. I think that's a network high, as a matter of fact. Spotty storms expected. A low this evening of 76, still with spotty storms. Definitely a network high for the temperature right now, already 80 degrees. Titans at Niners tonight at 9 p.m. Philadelphia, you're looking at a high today of 90, a low of 73. Right now, the temperature in eastern Pennsylvania is 76 degrees. The Phils fall again in St. Louis, 7-1. They'll be at Minnesota tonight. First pitch, 7:30. Morgantown, a high today of 85 with some storms this afternoon, a low of 67 with late showers. Right now, the temperature in wild and wonderful West Virginia, 68 degrees. And last but certainly not least, unless of course we're talking about the NL Central, Pittsburgh, your high today will be 84, a low of 69 with late night showers. I hope they're very late night showers if you get my drift. Right now the temperature 68 degrees. Who cares about the Buccos? Packers at Steelers tonight, 7 p.m. Acrisure Stadium. I looked it up. The temperature's supposed to be 81 degrees at kickoff. Sunny. So yeah, that ought to be nice. And oh, by the way, this afternoon for Pittsburgh, a thunderstorm on the prowl. A thunderstorm on the prowl. Gotta love these AccuWeather descriptions, folks. And JF ought to be in a good mood. His Astros were winners last night. Josh Kushner and former Disney CEO Bob Iger buy the LA Lakers for $12.5 billion. Okay, bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11, all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. Okay, get those active minds ready for a few words to the wise. Here's a question that I'll bet our crowd thinks is easy to answer and in the affirmative. In delivering the news, should the news media be objective? Well, believe it or not, the answer is actually no. The media should deliver the news not objectively, but rather neutrally. What's the difference and why is it important? Being objective requires evaluation. Inherently, being objective is analytical. To be neutral, meanwhile, and of course, is to refrain from taking sides, picking favorites, publicizing conclusions, etc., even when good and bad, right and wrong, true and false are pretty obvious. Now, self-evidently, I am someone who values evaluation. I engage in the activity every day here on the Dan Hobgood Report, and I hope that I do so objectively. So why shouldn't the news media be comparably objective too, engaging in evaluation, preaching what they think, and trying to persuade their audience? Because that's not their defined, delimited role. It's not their lane, and they need to stay in what is. They're not commentators, they're journalists. And as such, they're supposed to journal, to observe and report, to document, to ask questions and make inquiries, not answer them. In fact, the better the journaling, the better the reporting, the better the documentation, the better the questions, the more obvious and undeniable the conclusions will be to and for an audience. Quite simply, the news as delivered is supposed to be the object itself, about which its recipients can be objective. To this end, I loved and deeply missed what was Fox News' original motto. Everybody remember that? Say it with me if you do. We report, you decide. Blissfully eloquent and erudite. This is the platonic ideal that newsmen and women should be striving for. Instead, we have, and have had for generations, political operatives who are rooters, not reporters. Generally, we're talking about leftist activists who either are such true believers or so insecure about their philosophy that they won't cover the news impartially or dispassionately. For the sake of useful journalism and ultimately free society, our practitioners must do better. Okay, we'll pick up here tomorrow with more extensive conversation about objectivity and being objective, but until then, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
A week ago Monday, the anniversary of Ronald Reagan's message to striking air traffic controllers.
They are in violation of the law, and if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated.
45 years later, we are again desperate for more of these professionals, willing to work a high-stress yet imperative occupation to keep the world functioning. Since the threat of non-work doesn't work anymore, the government pivots to a new strategy, opening up a new market for possible recruits: video gamers. Earlier this year, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said they plan to tap into, quote, a growing demographic of young adults who have many of the hard skills it takes to be a successful controller, close quote. out. And now he announces they've reached 94% of their goal by hiring over 2,000 new controllers, an annual hiring record. From a Daily Caller story, quote, the DOT cited feedback from air controller exit interviews, noting that several controllers reported that gaming helped them think quickly, focus, and manage complex situations. Unconfirmed reports from outside the box show this was actually pirated from a Biden administration initiative presented by aides to the 80-year-old long-term care patient in the White House in charge of our country at that time, who arbitrarily squashed the project because he didn't see how playing Pong resembled actual air traffic control occupational realities.
Come on, man. What are we talking about?
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump. The whole thing. Now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now. Get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at takelean.com. Code Godzilla at takelean.com.
If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of truth, hear that roar. Godzilla of truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of truth. From the back rows to the wire, he talks that hot truth fire. No polished mask, no paper crown. He tells it plain, he lays it down. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of truth, hear that roar. Godzilla of truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of truth.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom Sean Connery once said, now that's a cool cat, John Fredericks.
Where do you even begin with this? So let's talk about this callous laughter from AOC talking about what she calls woke one. What was one of the central tenets of the so-called woke ideology that the left launched in 2020 in earnest and throughout these last number of years, although of course its ideological roots of Marxism and anti-Americanism and communism and third worldism all of course significantly predate that. What was one of its core tenets? The dismantlement, destruction, and defunding of our police departments. That policy objective, which remains in force in every blue city today, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, and New York, an unrelenting war against police. The result, the wages of that policy, were a historic increase in murders until President Trump came along. A historic increase in shootings, dead bodies, drug overdoses, gangs run amok, citizens living in fear, public spaces ceded to violent, thuggish, armed robbers. That was the policy. We're all going to have a good laugh about that? Sorry your husband was murdered. Sorry your mom was killed. Sorry your loved ones are 6 feet under the ground now. We're going to have a good laugh about that? It's sickening. It's disgusting. And the thing is, it never stopped. Look here in Washington, D.C. You just did a segment on the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's D.C. Safe initiative, where he achieved the largest ever reduction of violent crime, not only in the history of this city, but the history of any city. Nowhere has violent crime fallen so steeply, so quickly, so totally. He had to fight Democrats tooth and nail to reduce murders in this city. He had to fight and is still fighting a city council that at every turn has sided with violent career criminals over police officers. A city council and Democrat allies in Congress that believe if a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old commits a shooting with a gun, firing, spraying bullets on an open street, that they shouldn't even face adult criminal punishment. They should be deposited right back out onto the street, maybe dropped in a halfway house for a couple months to kill or maim or shoot or rape. That's their ideology. That's their philosophy. Because when you strip away all this woke labeling, it's hatred for America, and it's hatred for the people who have made America great. It's hatred for the people who build and sustain things. Look at all of these DSA candidates. Look at all of these radical left ideologues. Look at everyone who proposes all these different woke ideas. What do they have in common? It's a people and a movement who can't build anything. This is a movement. It never ends with the cathedral. It never ends with the bridge. It never ends with the brand new airport. It never ends with a secure border. It never ends with a gleaming community. It never ends with a functional school system. It never ends with a beautiful, gorgeous park. It never even ends with a presidential library that you can look at and not feel disgust like the Obama library. It's an ideology that looks at what civilization built and is envious and hateful and jealous and says, I will take, I will steal, I will dismantle, I will destroy, and I will redistribute everything that you have built to people who don't belong here and have no right to be here. And everything President Trump has done, Will, think about this. Everything that he's done to try to dismantle that ideology, the left is taking him to court. Every beautiful thing he wants to build, they want to block. Every mile of the border he wants to secure, they want to stop. Every illegal alien he wants to deport, they want to keep here. Every transgender inmate that he wants to be housed in their biologically correct prison, they're suing to keep men housed with women. Every school district where he's trying to stop racial discrimination, transgender ideology, the sexual abuse of our children, they're there defending the abusers. They're there defending what's putrid and hateful. On race discrimination, battling with every single university to say, just because you're a young white man in this country doesn't mean that you're not allowed to get the same treatment when you're applying for college. They're the ones that are in court every day fighting to say, no, that kind of discrimination is good. That's the kind of discrimination we want. Ripping apart the fabric of society by race, by ethnicity at the seams. That's their ideology. I'm sorry for this monologue, but it's got to be said, Will. It's never stopped, and it's never going to stop. It can only be defeated when millions of upstanding citizens say, we're not going to let them take our country away. That's what Trump and MAGA and America First is all about and will always be about.
Well, good morning. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and if I'm your Godzilla of truth, Steve Miller was just the King Kong of reality. What a rant that was. You know, we got to play that again, some of it, Dan, for the D.C. Dispatch at 9 o'clock. Especially the beginning about Washington, D.C. But Miller nailed it. This has got to be one of the greatest narratives on any network that I've ever seen. He was pretty fired up today, and a good thing for him saying that. Everything he said was true. I mean, they never build anything. What he said, it never ends in a cathedral. It never ends with a bridge. It never ends with a school. All it ends with is destruction, fires, looting, riots, and tear things down, and filth and squalor. That is all it ever ends with these Democrats, communists, DSA, whatever you want to call them. It doesn't matter. They're all the same. They all vote for it. Just like you said here in D.C., everyone voted against lowering crime. They need crime. I don't know what they want. This is the most incredible thing. How these people win an election is beyond me. How would you would vote for putting your life in jeopardy, for filth, for squalor, for dirt, for rats, for drugs, for tents? I mean, why would you, for lousy schools, why do you vote for this? I just don't get it. But this is the new reality that we're in with these people, and we'll have to be here. So Dan's okay. That means laughing. I guess I get that. Thanks, Dan, for that little emoji explanation there. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We are trucking the truth across America. Got a great show for you today. DC Dispatch coming up at 9 o'clock. One of my favorite shows. Don't want to miss that. We got Phil Klein, Dan Oxner, Nick Fondacaro, Jay Young on price gouging. We got plenty of clips. We got your calls. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. It's Thursday, and we're ready to go. Well, let's see what's going on here. A couple things I want to bring off right off the bat. Caroline Leavitt, as you've heard, leaving the White House at the end of the month, leaving her position as press secretary to the president and White House press secretary. And I'm going to miss her. She's done, everybody's going to acknowledge what a great job she's done, taking nothing away from, Sean Spicer or Kelly McEnany or, Sarah Huckabee, who I thought was fabulous. Taking nothing away from any of those. Leavitt was really good. And it's a personal decision that she made. I mean, it's a little tough when you got two little babies and your family's in New Hampshire and, they can't see them on a regular basis. And so she doesn't really want that kind of a lifestyle right now with these two infants. And so she's going to go back to New Hampshire, spend time with her family. I know her very well. I campaigned very hard for her when she ran for Congress, got her to win that primary against all odds. Nobody gave her a shot. We did a bus tour for her there. I emceed two major events for her, Laura Boebert, Byron Donalds, others. And she couldn't get over the wire for Congress, but she's going to be back. She'll be running for U.S. Senate or governor or something like Sarah Huckabee did, and probably have a hell of a shot. Great young lady, great family, great parents. And I've never met her husband, but I heard he's a little bit older, but nice. But I've never met him, so I don't know. But best to her. Who's going to replace her? I don't know. Now, what does that do for our company? Well, I had a relationship with her since she's 25, political relationship. So, it's I've been there, and she knows me well, and got called on a lot. So I mean, it's a blow to the who's ever going to take after her is going to be judged on that basis. So it's tough shoes to fill. I don't know who it's going to be. I hope it's somebody from within. I'm really not forgetting somebody outside. I really don't want to see a Scott Jennings, somebody that parachutes in. They got a lot of good people inside there that would do a super job. And I hope one of them has an opportunity to move up and take that role. So let's see what happens. Whatever decision is made. Not my input to make, but she was phenomenal. She's going to be missed. And I had a great relationship with her and always enjoyed being with her. And, went to her office a couple of times and, we'd go in there and no real politics, just kind of talk about, her family and things that we were trying to do. But fine young lady, great future ahead of her, might be governor like Sarah Huckabee, might be U.S. Senator. Definitely going to have a future. We'll see what happens. So, hopefully she'll go to New Hampshire and enjoy the end of the summer, right? New Hampshire in September, beautiful. We'll probably be doing a bus tour there somewhere around October. Maybe we'll get to see her then. But Caroline Leavitt, fabulous young lady, fabulous person. And we wish her, of course, nothing but the best. Well, this just out. The Department of Justice has revealed that there has been a 10-year scam going on, a 10-year scam, Dan, of paying foreign nationals, paying Americans to have fake marriages with foreign nationals so that they could get citizenship. These are fake marriages. They fake marriage. They get a certificate. They go through the process. They pay them up to $30,000. And then in a couple of years, they get divorced. And it's just one piece of paper. And it's a scam. And now they're citizens of the United States. Let's get Todd Blanche here talking about the scam that's been uncovered. This is unbelievable what is going on in this country. And nobody will do anything about it until Blanche is doing now. Finally, roll it.
As alleged, some of the charged defendants acted as facilitators who orchestrated the marriage fraud scheme, pairing foreign nationals seeking immigration status with United States citizens willing to participate and engage in a sham marriage. These facilitators employed attorneys, tax preparers, and marriage officiants. Some of the other charged defendants acted as recruiters by finding and recruiting United States citizens to participate in the scheme, and other defendants acted as officiants, officiating dozens of these alleged fake marriages. Now, the way that this scheme allegedly worked is the facilitators used social media and other forms of advertising to market fraudulent immigration services to foreign nationals, primarily from China, and Chinese nationals would pay these facilitators as much as $100,000 for assistance in obtaining a marriage, which then allowed them to apply for a green card. The facilitators also paid willing U.S. citizens as much as $30,000 to engage in the sham marriage with the foreign national. Now, often after these phony ceremonies, defendants would stage images of families at restaurants to create the appearance of a legitimate wedding, and some of the defendants also facilitated sham marriages overseas in China. After the marriages took place, the actual ceremony, the then married couples would visit a local office affiliated with the scheme, sign forms for submission to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, learn about the USCIS interview process to apply for a green card, and then execute prenuptial agreements, which, not surprisingly, given the allegation these were sham marriages, waived their rights to share in the other's estate upon death, child support, and other claims in marital property. One prenuptial agreement even provided that, and I'm quoting from the indictment, except in the name of husband and wife, both parties live independently and must not interfere with each other, end quote. The facilitators of the scheme would then prepare and submit fraudulent green card applications and work with the couples through the immigration process, submitting photographs, opening joint bank accounts, mobile phone accounts, all to obtain green cards to allow them to stay in this country. But that's illegal. These charges and the indictments now unsealed, they show how far people will go to cheat our immigration system. Gaining American citizenship and legal status to reside in this great nation is a sacred privilege, and we will ensure it is always done in accordance with the law protecting our communities and national security.
That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code GODZILLA for free activation.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code GODZILLA for your discount. That's discount code GODZILLA at takelean.com. Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
After reviewing John Thune's x-rays, I can confidently confirm he has absolutely no spine. It's a medical miracle he can stand at all.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him back. Great to have you with us, and great to see you today. I tell you what, the level of scams going on to get in this country illegally is certainly beyond the pale. Anything that we have seen, you think you've seen it all, and then you see something else like this, which is pretty incredible. That basically people scamming marriages, getting $30,000 for a scam marriage so somebody can stay in the country, all kinds of legal documents that they're not at risk. They basically pay them. They get a green card. They stay in the country, scamming the system. All these people need to get out. They just need to get out. They all need to be deported. And this whole thing about ICE, I am so sick of the whole thing. I'm just sick and tired of the whole thing. Okay, what ICE is doing, and somebody stopped the car and they had a gun. Well, I mean, you're trying to get illegals out of the country. If you didn't break the law and come here, you wouldn't be targeted. It's as simple as that. Lawbreakers, bad things happen to them when they confront law enforcement because you're a criminal. You came into this country illegally. I view you as a criminal. The left in the Chamber of Commerce, well, they view them as cheap labor and voters. I view them as a criminal. I mean, do you just go break the law and like everything's going to be fine and somebody's going to coddle you? What if you went out there right now and broke the law? You would get arrested and face justice. These people broke the law. They should be deported, every single one of them. And this whole thing about ICE and, get rid of ICE. And, well, what are you going to do when they're gone? Who's going to deport? They don't want anybody deported. This is their vote base. I mean, Stephen Miller nailed it. John in New Jersey. John, you're live. Go.
Hey, John, I couldn't agree with that last statement anymore. We're going to need a whole of government approach to do these mass deportations. I mean, we have to get that rolling. It's amazing. We're such a racist country, but everybody wants to be here. I have a question for you. Now, I'm coming to you specifically because it's just so frustrating. I don't know where else to turn. So we have the Senate that keeps going into these, I guess, pro forma recess sessions, okay? Why is Trump putting up with this? Because can't the vice president... Why can't the
answer your question after the first 6 words? I don't know. I really have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know, and I think it's frustrating for everybody, and everybody is waiting for him to just tell Vance to hit the gavel and recess this thing. I mean, I don't know. I don't get the Thune relationship. I don't get why he puts up with this. I don't get why we don't have the SAVE Act. I don't understand why we don't have a vote on the floor. I don't understand why they went on vacation. I don't understand any of it. I don't understand why the President of the United States didn't have a press conference on the states of the Capitol and demanded these people go back to work. I don't know. And neither do you. So I don't have the answer to this question. I do not have the answer. And it is frustrating for everybody, not just you and me, everybody I talk to. I mean, the Senate, what is going on there, how they have thwarted the president's agenda, how they will not get his nominees in, how they won't do how they go on vacation, how they will not bring the SAVE Act to the floor, will not get rid of the filibuster, will not get rid of the parliamentarian, will not have a vote, will not do anything. Because they're waiting him out. I don't know why he puts up with it. John, I have no idea. That is the $64,000 question. If somebody has a theory, let me know. I have no clue. John Thune's, John Thune's a really nice guy. No, he's not a nice guy because he's screwing the country. I mean, he's a nice guy. As you're stabbing you in the back? Well, don't twist the knife too hard. Go ahead, John.
I mean, it's insane. Well, no, I agree. I mean, and that's the thing. If he's doing it because, I'm trying to be political and, you don't want to step on toes, they don't do anything anyway. So it doesn't matter if you alienate them. I mean, that's the best thing you can do at this point. I mean, Thune at this point, I have to believe is going to get beaten by at a minimum 30 to 50 points. This guy is, worse than any Democrat you could have in there. But I just don't understand why our president is putting up with this. When all you have to do is have J.D. Vance gavel in and take control of the Senate. It just doesn't make any sense to me why you would allow yourself to be humiliated in this fashion. I mean, it's like as if, the old joke is before McConnell died, he gave the blueprint to Thune on how to thwart the president. I mean, it's just insane. That's why I was calling. I figured I'd come to you because nobody I know has an answer for it.
Don't know. I don't know, and I guess he just wants to be, nice or something. I have no idea. The other thing I have no idea about is what the hell is going on with Iran. There is no deal. We don't control the strait the way we should. We don't have Carg Island. They're not going to make a deal. There is no opportunity to end this thing. Iran is just playing it out to the midterms, trying to make the Democrats win. The Democrats are rooting for Iran. The fake news won't report the truth on that. This thing goes on and on. You just need to go in there, bomb the bejesus out of them, take Carg Island, open up the strait, keep the blockade until the country collapses. That's it. Done. I mean, why they won't do that, I don't know. And, to say the straits are open, everything is fine, and they desperately want a deal. They don't want a deal. They'd rather die. They want to die and go to their 50 virgins or whatever the hell these people believe in. There's no deal here. I mean, right now, they're thumbing their nose at the most powerful man in the world. They're just thumbing their nose at him, shooting bows and arrows at ships or whatever the hell they're doing. I mean, it's an incredible 2 weeks that we're in, John. So I agree with you 100%. John, thanks. You have a great day at work. Sherry, Morgantown, Virginia, line 2. Sherry, you're live.
Hey, good morning. And it's West Virginia, not Virginia.
Did I say Virginia?
Also, I wanted,
Morgantown, West Virginia.
You did, honey.
Sorry.
That's all right. Do you know if this marriage scam, if they're like mostly college students or maybe people on welfare? Because I imagine people who are desperate for money are the ones they're trying to hit.
We don't have a demographic breakdown on those that have been indicted.
Okay.
But obviously you're not going to be an upstanding citizen because you're breaking the law. Probably you're desperate for money for some reason. Mm-hmm. So, could be single mom, something of that nature. When people get desperate, they'll do different things for money and probably didn't think, anything bad of it, but now they're going to jail. I mean, you can't do this. You have no country if you have no laws and they're selectively enforced, which is what the Biden administration did and Obama did. They enforced what they wanted and didn't enforce the others. You have chaos.
Punished for that. You know what I mean? So why am I not surprised no one else expects to get punished, But also this thing with Iran, no matter what Trump does, it's going to be wrong. You know what I mean? In Democrats' eyes. I mean, I feel like there's, no matter what he does, it's just going to be wrong.
Well, they're rooting for Iran to be successful. I mean, I've really never seen anything like this. But, every day you get up and the communists have something else they do that you think you never see this. But you're seeing it. The fake news is rooting for Iran. They're all rooting for Iran. I mean, if Iran has any intel in the United States, they're doing absolutely the right thing. Just keep stalling till they get to November. The Democrats could win, and then they'll cut all the funding off for the war. I mean, that's basically what their strategy is. It's an incredible time we live in. This country is so divided, you're never going to put it back together. And you got the fake news rooting for an adversary, openly rooting for an adversary who's been killing Americans for 50 years, bombing them and maiming them for 50 years. And you have a fake news and the majority of Democrats rooting for these people to be successful and win. And win by, oil prices go up, gas is high, people suffer, and they can get power. See, they don't care. Sherry, they don't care what gas you're paying for in Morgantown. They don't care about your family. All they care about is, can they get power? And then everything is else collateral damage for the greater good. You got to understand these people. If you don't understand the enemy, you can never beat him. And I don't think we get it. I don't think half the Republicans have any idea what they're dealing with. No idea. And they're on a mission to take over the Democrat Party lock, stock, and barrel. And when they do, they're going to be a force to get reckoned with. You don't think AOC is going to be the nominee? You don't think she's going to win a boatload of states and electoral votes? You don't think it's going to be a contested election? Think again. She'll lose, but they'll have control of the party. But she will lose. But it's not going to be a landslide. This is not Nixon McGovern 72. This is going to be a contested race, no matter who we have. Vance, Rubio, etc. The AOC is going to win all the blue states, and she's going to win them big. And people are going to be voting for a 36-year-old former bartender that's dumb as a box of rocks. They don't care. And she's a communist. They don't care about that either. Long as they get power and control. I'll give you the final word there. Go ahead, Sherry.
I was going to say, AOC winning is a Kamala Harris 2.0, really. I mean, no one really voted her, but she seemed to get in, and it's going to be the same with AOC.
No, AOC's got the nomination locked up. There's nobody to beat her.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody name a Democrat candidate that's going to beat her. What, the fat guy in Illinois? Come on. What, the gay guy in Indiana or wherever he was? Pete Buttigieg. I mean, these people not gonna beat her. Who's gonna beat her? Newsom? Guy's an idiot. I mean, who's gonna beat her? She's gonna be the nominee. Done. Put a fork in the Democratic Party. They're done. It'll be taken over by the communists. That's what they want. And then you'll have a real fight on your hands. Then we're going to see where America is. Thanks, Sherry. Hang in there. Line 3, Rob, Richmond, Virginia. Go ahead, Rob.
I wanted to bring up a couple of things. As far as Iran goes, I'm a veteran. I have no direct knowledge of this, but it is my personal belief as a student of history that right now we have operatives that are inside Iran helping train some of these folks in order to take over the country. I know that we shipped some arms over there to the Kurds, and by and large, they kept the majority of it. I'm pretty sure that now that we're having more of a direct hand in making sure that this stuff gets to where it needs to go, and we're just helping them do what they have to do, because we are not going to take and go back to, endless wars, and we're just not going to do that again. I'm pretty sure that Trump saw what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan and said, we're not getting in that again, so that's why no boots on the ground. Now, with regard to Fauci, okay, he's gotten his pardon, so he's immune from criminal prosecution. However, the CDC and Fauci himself are not immune from a class action lawsuit or from being personally sued by any of these ladies that can be proven to have taken the shots and had a miscarriage. You get them in a civil suit, and you just bankrupt that little piece of work. You just bankrupt them. Get a class action lawsuit going in Florida. Get a class action lawsuit going in Georgia. Make sure it never gets near the D.C. circuit, because Judge Boasberg will kill it. But just bang them out, 2, 3, 4 class action lawsuits in 3 or 4 different jurisdictions, and just bankrupt that little turd just as hard as we can. And the CDC can be sued, because that's a government entity, and he was in charge of, the infectious disease section, so on and so forth. So they're personally complicit. Birx, Collins, sue Moderna, sue Pfizer. Just bring the heat on these folks and, make them pay.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think, Rob, in Virginia, you're absolutely spot on. And I thank you for the call, and I thank you for the insight. Great call. Thank you. Thank you, Rob. Dave, Phoenix. Dave, you're live.
Thanks so much, Godzilla. So I don't know the reason why President Trump doesn't effectively take control of the Senate, but I'll tell you what the solution is. I shared this with Admiral Bannon a year ago. It's Article 2, Section 3. So you could offer this to Ms. Caroline next time you're in there before she leaves. It states very clearly, as president, he may, on extraordinary occasions, in case of disagreement between them, that's the two houses, with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such a time as he shall think proper. So if by chance little Polly Pockets fully recesses the House, John Thune does the performative recess, but has one of 35 different traitors against our republic gavel in every 3 days to prevent recess appointments in year 6. President Trump has a mechanism in the Constitution, Article 2, Section 3, to fully disband both houses of Congress. Full stop.
Is he going to do it? The question becomes, is he going to do it? I don't think there's any question, Dave. I don't think anybody is arguing that there's mechanisms to get this done. There's mechanisms to get rid of the filibusters. There's mechanisms to get rid of the parliamentarian. There's mechanisms to get a recess. There's all kinds of mechanisms. The mechanisms are not in question. The right to do it or the ability constitutionally is not in question. What's in question is the will. That's in question. Will can't be legislated. Do you have the will to do it or not? Politically, do you have the will? They certainly had the will to run 8 candidates in Indiana and oust 7 of those state senators that screwed us with those 2 seats. They certainly had the will to do that. But when it comes to the U.S. Senate, the whole White House operation seems to be a little more reticent. I do not know why. I think John asked the kind of that question earlier. I don't know. No one knows. They're certainly tougher on Johnson and the House. Something going on in the Senate thing that they just don't want to tussle with him. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Because all Trump's got to do is put out a Truth Social and say, we need change in the Senate now. I want to vote. I'm endorsing Mike Lee or Rick Scott. I want to vote. You're going to have a vote. Maybe they lose, but you're going to put everybody on notice. We're done with this. But that's not happening either. We just go on vacation again. Nothing done and another vacation. And I don't care what they call it, constituent me. Stop. Okay, you're on vacation. Everybody knows what you're doing. It is what it is. Very frustrating, Dave, in Phoenix. Very frustrating. And I get it. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. No doubt about it. And Dave, thank you for the call. Boy, we've been all over the country today. Phoenix, Morgantown, Richmond, New Jersey. Let's get to number 16 here. Dan, rolling right along. I want to get to this. I got a couple things I want to go over. We talked about Caroline Leavitt leaving the White House and to raise her kids, which is cool. And here's Caroline. Here's Fox News reporting it. 16. Take a listen.
We have some breaking news for you right now. This is from President Trump on Truth Social. Our wonderful White House press secretary and one of my most trusted aides, Caroline Leavitt, will be departing her role at the end of the month so that she can spend more time with her beautiful young children and family. A decision I totally understand and respect. Caroline will now be one of my top outside advisors and an influential voice within the Republican Party as we work to defy history and conclusively win the midterm elections. Caroline has been a real leader in the White House and has done a phenomenal job fighting for justice, liberty, and freedom since 2018, including our historic re-election campaign, he writes, of 2024. Caroline has been one of the best White House press secretaries in the history of the office. Thank you, Caroline, for a job well done, President Donald J. Trump. Caroline, obviously, Leavitt had her second child over the summer. She took a little bit of time off to be with that baby. It sounds from what the president is saying that she will still be quite involved as an advisor and as we move towards the midterms. But from what I'm picking up from what he says here, it sounds like not in the day-to-day White House press office briefings, which really she has become legendary in carrying out, because she has, when she was on leave, they brought in Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, and Scott Bessent, some of the cabinet members to replace her, because she's a very strong advocate for the president in that press room. I think that's undeniable.
Well put, Martha McCollum. Well put. I couldn't have said it better myself. When she was out, they didn't replace her with an understudy. They brought in secretaries. I mean, it's pretty cool. She's got a great future ahead of her. Great young lady, great family, and met her parents. They're also nice. They owned an ice cream store in New Hampshire. I mean, just a wonderful family. She played softball, I think, for 2 years, D2 softball. That's how she got through college. She played third base. She hit second or third. She could hit. She could field. She had an arm. She was a good athlete. So she played the hot corner D2. I can't remember the school, but it was a very good women obviously play softball. Very good D2 softball college, and she played the hot corner and did very well. So we wish her the best, and we're going to be hearing from her a lot, I believe. Okay, let's get to 17. We'll stick here with TV for Stupid People, Fox News. Illegal immigrant accused of killing a retiree in California one day after being released from jail. Well, this is what the Democrats do. We get an illegal immigrant, we put him in jail, the Democrats release him, and then the next day somebody's dead. This is disgusting. This is what these people do. But hey, keep voting for him. And when you're 6 feet under, I guess, I don't know, your family will get the insurance. I don't really know what to say. It's disgusting. 17, take a look.
Now it's happened again. An illegal immigrant charged with murder just one day after being released from a California jail. DHS now calling on Governor Gavin Newsom to hand the suspect over to them. Our senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse with the latest from Los Angeles. Hi, William.
Well, John, judges actually released this suspect twice, and now you have a murder neighbors say didn't have to happen had the suspect been detained or deported, since California, as a sanctuary state, stops police from calling ICE. Now, warning, what you're about to see, the stabbing, is graphic. Last week, 68-year-old Todd Stewart was working in the garage when he tries to stop a burglary in progress. Police say he is stabbed by a criminal alien from Venezuela.
There was some yelling going on from what I understand from the neighbors. And then apparently it looks like he chased the man out of the garage. And then he was stabbed in front of Ryan's house.
According to records, police arrested 36-year-old Marcos Arate Valdez for 2 prior burglaries in April. But a judge gave him home detention August 4th. He violates that and is rearrested. This time, a judge releases him OR, which means you're free to go until your next court date. The next day, he allegedly stabs Stewart to death. Now, he is in jail, no bail. This afternoon, arraignment at 1:30.
I'm glad they arrested him. It won't bring Todd back. I don't understand why he was on the street.
Well, one reason is, as a sanctuary state, police can't call ICE or issue or they don't honor a detainer to protect against soft-on-crime judges. DHS is now putting California on notice, saying this Venezuelan illegal immigrant alien stabbed a father to death in Sanctuary, California. Governor Gavin Newsom must not release this murderer from jail or turn him over to us so we can remove him from our nation. As you know, John, how was he caught? A license plate reader, which many progressive cities are pulling out because immigrant advocates oppose them. Neighbors say Stewart lived there for 4 decades. He leaves a wife and 2 daughters. John?
Remember Mike Dukakis? John Fredericks Media Network. Phil Klein is next. Country's in the crapper, man. These people are bat crap crazy. We'll be right back.
inside hate groups, including one with whom she allegedly had a romantic relationship and held a joint bank account with. Parts of Indiana reeling in the midst of powerful storms that unleashed deadly flash flooding. There have been many high-water rescues and evacuations. Power outages widespread. Other states, including Illinois and Ohio, have also been hard hit. Forecasters warn of the possibility of more rain. How much is an NBA franchise worth these days? In the case of the LA Lakers, a bundle.
The Los Angeles Lakers are being sold to businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for $12.5 billion, the second time in just over a year. The sale, first reported by ESPN, still needs approval from the NBA's Board of Governors, and that process can take several weeks. The Lakers were valued at $10 billion last year when Mark Walter purchased a controlling stake from the Buss family. Kushner and Iger had also been involved in trying to get an expansion team for Las Vegas, but by buying the Lakers, the two do not have to wait for that decision. If it happens, expansion could take place in the 2028-29 season. I'm Marcela Sanchez.
Wall Street Dow futures are up 118 points. NASDAQ futures 24 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Are you carrying more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Do you feel like you're running on a financial treadmill, making payment after payment, month after month, yet never getting ahead? If you're tired of watching your hard-earned money disappear into interest charges, there may be options available to help you take back control of your finances. At Total Financial Freedom, they'll show you what qualified consumers may be able to save through programs designed to help them resolve debt faster than making minimum payments alone. The consultation is free, confidential, and comes with absolutely no obligation. Why spend years, sometimes decades, paying thousands in interest when there may be a better path forward? Total Financial Freedom is a Christian-owned company that has helped thousands of Americans pursue financial freedom for nearly 20 years and is proudly A+ rated and accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now and ask how you can receive a complimentary copy of The Debt Dietitian. Stop running in place. Start moving toward financial freedom at 866-844-7344. 866-844-7344.
Russia's president has made his first visit to the disputed Kuril Islands chain in the Pacific. The Soviet Union seized the islands at the close of World War II.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has visited one of 4 Russian-held islands claimed by Japan in his first trip to the disputed territory. Japan calls the islands the Northern Territories. Foreign Minister Toshimitsu Motegi responded, saying the 4 islands are Japan's, quote, inherent territory, both historically and under international law. He strongly protested Putin's visit. The two countries have never signed a formal Second World War peace treaty, with the unresolved territorial dispute over the islands remaining a major obstacle.
The BBC's Kurumi Mori in Tokyo. The search for survivors amid the rubble of Colombia's powerful earthquake is growing more desperate. At least 265 people were killed. Hundreds have been reported missing. News and analysis, townhall.com. Murder charges unsealed against the son of actor-film producer Rob Reiner and his wife.
A Los Angeles grand jury that has been meeting in secret has indicted Nick Reiner on murder charges in the stabbing deaths of his parents, Hollywood producers Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner. The unsealed indictment reveals few details, but alleges Nick was lying in wait for his parents before attacking them, which could make him eligible for the death penalty. The indictment comes as he seeks money from a trust his parents established for him, saying he needs it to help in his defense. In a statement, Los Angeles District Attorney Nathan Hochman says he hopes the indictment will bring them one step closer to a trial and achieving justice. I'm Jennifer King.
Lawyers for Tyler Robinson, charged with killing Charlie Kirk, argue against the death penalty for Robinson. The defense says Robinson should not be subject to a death sentence if convicted because the gunman, quote, hit the intended target and no one else was in danger. More on these stories, townhall.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for being us. Hey, by the way, quick couple of announcements here as we get started. Number one, very felt bad yesterday about Mike Lindell not winning that race, but look, he put himself out there, and it was ran a very spirited race for governor, and appreciate him doing it. But right now he's got to sell his product because he put a lot into this, and he's no longer the CEO. So he's got other people running the company. They just revamped their website. Now I want to ask everybody, Mike Lindell's been there for us so long, and he has such great products. We just shipped Joe. Joe's 22 years old. He shipped himself off to the baseball apartment complex he's in for Maryland. So he's gone. He went Monday. And we outfitted him. Everything was MyPillow. Everything we had. And a lot of the stuff we tried to get, was sold out. We had to wait, but we got it all. We saved a fortune. And he's got a brand new website now. He's got all his products have been moved. We still got free shipping. I want you to do me a favor and go to mypillow.com/Godzilla. Mike Lindell, once in a while, I'll make a clarion call. I said, the guy needs some help. He's put a lot in this campaign. He put it on the line. He came very close. But now, he spent a lot of money and he's got to get his company back up, and they've been trying to destroy it forever. And he's got great products at great prices. So it's a win-win. Do me a favor. There's something you need on MyPillow today. There's no doubt about it. You need the comforter. You need the sheets. You need the pillows. You need the pillowcases. You need the slippers. You need the towels, which he's got a towel sale on. You need something he's got. I got all the socks I wear, my pillow. There's something there you need. Just go to mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla, mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla. Help yourself out. Free shipping right now still for promo code Godzilla. I don't know how long this is going to go on. Or you can give them a call, 800-854-0504, 800-854-0504. You can call them now. But support Mike Lindell, but help yourself. I mean, Ann told me she saved hundreds of dollars. She also got Joe, he's an athlete. She got him the mattress topper for the bed that he's got there. So he's got a full-size bed. She got a mattress topper, got him comforter, all that stuff. And she said she saved hundreds of dollars. So you can do the same for your son or daughter going to college. Outfit them all now. Grant, you got a grandkid going to college. Tina, you got your daughter going to college right here. It's all good. Just go to mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get all the savings, free shipping, 800-854-0504. Give them a call today. Operators, as always, standing by. A couple of announcements. We got Phil Klein coming up. Let's bring Phil in while I make some of these great announcements because they're all kinds of fun. And one big announcement is Phil is going to be guest hosting my show on the Friday before Labor Day, whenever that is, September 3rd.
I think it's the 4th.
The 4th. Phil's going.
I'm not sure.
Then we got to rope him in for Thanksgiving week. We got to rope him in for Christmas and all that good stuff. But Phil, thanks for doing that. Wendy Bell Live joins us live 10 to noon on Monday. Lace him up and lace him tight. We got Wendy Bell back on the radio. I called her up a couple months ago. I'm like, this podcast thing for you it's just not the same. I mean, come on, Wendy. You got to do radio. You got to do it live. You got to fire people up. We got midterms coming up. You got to get back on the radio. I'm going to make a spot for you. Boom, done. August 17th, Monday, Wendy Bell Live, 10 to noon. Michael Leahy moves from 10 to noon to 3 to 5. Also, we're launching about to acquire another station in Nashville. It's probably the second week of September, WAKM AM 950. And that'll be part of our News Talk Sports Network. And on that station, we'll be running Titans and Volunteers football. Yay. So we got all that going on. And you don't want to miss that. We'll be combining that with our Nashville-Davidson County station, WENO AM 760. So we're rocking and rolling there. And it's good to have you with us. Also, don't forget, our new sports division, The Company, rolled out. Game on America. Heard every night, 6 to 7 p.m., hosted by former Dallas Mavericks owner Frank Zaccanelli. And that thing's going big time. I'm going to be on today, so you don't want to miss today's show. I'm going to be on, and we're going to be doing college football, and we're going to be doing the Big 12. And I'm dialed into the Big 12. I got all my over-unders ready to go, so you're good there. Final announcement, go to GodzillaWins.com. Danny boy, I was 2 out of 3 again last night. The roll I'm on is incredible. I was 16 for 20. The last 20, that makes me, 18 for 23? So 18 of 5 over the last 2 weeks, MLB.
You're killing it. You're killing it.
On a heater, Dan. I'm telling you guys, just go to GodzillaWins.com. When I start losing, when you start seeing those L's come in, fade me because I go up and down. Did the same thing in hockey. I won, 10 straight hockey games and then lost 5 in a row. So, it just happens. So we got all that going on. News Talk Sports right here in the John Fredericks Media Network. Now, let's get to the one and only Phil Klein. Professor, great to have you with us.
Good to be with you, John.
So, Phil, can we talk? We can talk, right?
It depends. What do you want to talk about?
So, Phil, I'm dumbfounded that we got these indictments from the Department of Justice on people scamming marriages for $30,000. I mean, like, what is going on in this country? And it's been going on for 10 years. They said a decade. You get $30,000 to marry somebody to make him a citizen or her, and then a few years go by, you get everything is signed, you get a divorce, and then they're in the country forever, and you get your $30,000. The hell's I mean, who does this?
Well, John, you know the answer to this question. One of the things that started to happen in the United States with the expansion of globalism is that people stopped asking what's good for America and started asking what's good for the bottom line for financiers and for global finance. And one of the things that was decided is that sovereign borders were the enemy of the growth or economic wealth of those who had great power. And so there's been a concerted effort for some time to break down sovereign borders. The Democratic Party began to see that as an opportunity to grow their party. So, we've had a nation that some administrations have decided to enforce some laws and ignore other laws in order to benefit their position in power. And you were speaking about this earlier this morning when you said it's all about holding on to authority and power. And so you look the other way with that which you think would help you, and then you crack down on that which is opposed to you holding power. In other words, we've corrupted the purposes of our government away from the original purpose.
And it just goes on, right? I had a question earlier. I'm going to pose this to you. I had a question from a caller, John, in Monmouth County. I think he nailed it. He said, what's the deal with Trump in the Senate? Like, why doesn't he just get Vance in there, hit the gavel, make the recess appointments, demand they stay in session, demand there's a change in leadership, demand they get rid of the parliamentarian, demand they have a vote? Yet he runs around and saying, hey, you know what, John Thune, nice guy, good leader, nice guy, got a good relationship with him. What is your assessment here?
I'm not sure, John. There's so many things that are occurring, and the president's relationship with Congress is essential in so many of those areas, from Iran to other actions that he has taken. There is a dependency that's created by structure, and then the president's priorities are not always a part of the discussion when you're talking about what is the latest in the Senate. So I'm sure that they have a strategy. I believe the president has a strategy, so there are reasons, and I'm not on the inside to know.
What is your conjecture?
I can't see it. The president is so unpredictable in many ways in which he exercises his authority. His public comments, there's not a coherence to them. There is an inconsistency in it. Some say that is a negotiation strategy. I believe sometimes his rhetoric gets far ahead of what the strategy is, and that poses problems for him and comes back to visit him and causes questions such as the war in Ukraine, what is happening in Iraq. But I do believe legislatively there is a cohesive legislative strategy that is being operated by the White House and the president's staff. I'm just not sure what their priorities are. I think they keep them pretty close to the vest as to what specifically they want to happen in Congress before the midterms.
You know what? My theory on the DSA and the communists is that their mission, like our mission was back in 2015 and 16, was to take over the Democratic Party. Now, I'm part of the original MAGA movement, first guy to endorse President Trump in 2015 in media in April. And my whole goal was to take over the party, the Republican Party, by a populist group. And it's taken us 11 years, and we're about one or two, we're actually 2 cycles away from complete control, right? 28 will have total control. We'll have a vast majority of the 168, which is the infrastructure of the party. That'll be under our command, and the rhinos will be just about gone. So it took us 2015, 2028, 13 years. My theory is the Democrats are trying to do the same, the DSA, the communists. They don't care about winning or losing. They don't care about elections. They're going to keep nominating these left-wing crazy people, woke 6.0 or whatever it is, right? Because their goal is not to win, it's to take the party over. And when that's your goal, right, you give up power in 26, you give up power in 28. Who cares? You're on the cusp. You can be on the cusp of taking over one of the two major parties in the United States. That's my theory. Comment on it.
Well, I think that effort has been going for some time. And John, we've talked about how since Bush v. Gore in 2000, there has been a considered influx, a dramatic influx in foreign funding for U.S. political activity through pretty much nonprofits. And it's been forwarded by billionaire globalists who see American sovereignty as a problem as it relates to the free flow of labor and cheap labor, as well as obtaining wealth for themselves. And so they have bought the Democratic Party. The crisis within the Democratic Party is not just that they nominate crazies, is that they are beholden to who funds them. And who funds the Democratic Party is globalists and Marxists to a great extent. And that's why you're seeing this. So they're in crisis right now because they have no other funding base. I forget does the Democratic Party nationally have any money in the bank right now?
They're $2 million in debt.
Yeah, $2 million in debt. So all of the funding is shifted away from the party. And that's an operation of several things. First of all, as I mentioned, globalism. Secondly, it's McCain-Feingold limited the money that you could give to political parties. And thirdly, the Citizens United States Supreme Court case, which constrained McCain-Feingold in certain areas, resulted in these nonprofits being able to engage politically extensively. So now we are subsidizing foreign billionaires to play politics in the United States through nonprofit status. And they've done so, and that depowers the political party. So the political party used to be able to, what it used to do, both political parties, is it built a platform from the grassroots up. Well, now it doesn't have to do that because it gets its money from nonprofits. It goes out and selects candidates that the nonprofits want to run, and they fund those campaigns independently of the party. So there's no transparency, there's no direct accountability, and the parties are really the puppet strings of consultants and nonprofits. That's already happened with the Democratic Party. There's a danger except for the power of the president's personality and what he's doing with the Republican Party. But the infrastructure can occur in a Trump vacuum for the same thing to happen to the Republican Party. We need to repeal McCain-Feingold. We need to repeal nonprofit status. We can have reporting as it relates to where money comes from. But this claim that limiting campaign contributions or contributions to a political party somehow prevents corruption is a lie. It encourages corruption. The money flows outside the system, and now we're subsidizing it. So that's what's happened to the Democratic Party. It's bought and paid for. And unfortunately in America today, it seems like almost everything is for sale.
You know, the way you position that, though, is so accurate. They've operated outside of the Democratic Party main apparatus. That's exactly how they operated in Maine, where they got this guy Plattner. They were just looking for somebody. I mean, they had the funding. They just had to find the guy to match the funding. They did that. They created this absurd candidate, and they funded him. And all of a sudden, he's leading in the polls. And it had nothing to do with, the Democratic Party as a whole. It was funded by these left-wing consultants that got independent expenditure money from one of these NGOs or nonprofit or whatever PACs were. They funded the guy. He had nothing to do with the Democrat Party, and they were able to get rid of Janet Mills. I mean, that's exactly what you depicted.
Well, John, it's happening everywhere, and I've often mentioned Lynchburg, where my daughter's on the city council, and I live near there. Well, it's happening again. The three Democratic candidates for city council, they're not raising money on their own. They're getting funded by this nonprofit that is putting out their yard signs, paying for all of this. Meanwhile, they harp about Republicans raising money from people as if that's corrupt when they don't expose where their money is coming from. They have done this across America, and Republicans are not answering the call. They're still operating like this is 1980, and it's not.
It's incredible, Phil. There's no question about it. All right, let's get to your favorite mayor, Mandami, tongue in cheek, obviously. Let's get to cut 29. Here is a resurfaced video of Mandami saying basically he's going to use white liberals as, well, like Stalin said, useful idiots in order to get his jihadist Muslim agenda across. This is amazing. 29. Here's Mandami saying there's a lot of useful idiots out there that I'm going to have on my team. Roll it.
Interesting thing about our communities here is I think that minority communities, because we have never had representation, we are tied much more to identity. White communities, they've had representation forever. And so for them, their tie is a little less identity and a little more ideology. And so what I mean by that is we have a lot of voters here who think of themselves first as progressive voters. And so we reach out to them speaking about our platform, our progressive platform. And you're very right that you need someone in the middle to be a validator, someone to tell them to trust us, believe in us. We've had that with Tiffany Caban and Cynthia Nixon.
You're useful idiots. I mean, this guy laid it out. We're going to get white liberals and that are progressive, and we're going to get them to believe in what we're doing because they don't identify with identity. They identify with a left-wing agenda, and we're going to make believe that, yeah, we're all for them, and they're going to vote us in, and we're Muslim jihadists that hate America. And that's how stupid they are, and they're going to vote for us, and the guy nailed it.
Well, that's the primary means of communication today in the United States. It's been perfected in advertising, and the political class has followed the lead, and now the technology has completely dismantled civil discourse. There's very few places where you can have reasonable civil discourse. It's all clickbait, it's all fear and false hope, and because of that, people can be easily manipulated, especially in busy lives where there's a lot of distractions and they don't have the time and, in some instances, the discipline to try to seek out the truth. It requires a lot more effort to pierce the noise of today to find the truth of issues than ever before in the United States. And the media class has been dismantled. It's been dismantled by the technology that we use every day, the surveillance capitalism of the telephone, American, our ability to focus on any one issue now is deteriorated to the point of a goldfish because of much of it because of this technology. Our educational institutions have been hijacked and captured by really a corrupt teachers union, which has a flawed purpose and goal as it relates to education. So we've got some very serious structural problems that we need to address. And in the United States, the way we address these problems is if the people get fed up enough, that they get engaged enough, that they make wise decisions. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but that's how we fix it.
Let's get to Mandami 21, Dan. New Yorkers might be starting to sour on the guy just a little teeny bit. Roll it.
His supporters adore him. They like his energy, his smile. They love his inventive social media posts. Remember the one where he taps the glass of the camera and, grinning, insists he's going to tax the rich with a big smile? That went down well with the socialist crowd, of course, but not other people. He's been in office for 8 months, and although he's kept his base, there are signs he's losing some of the city's important constituents, and that could count against him in the future. You want to run a city like New York, you need the support of all the groups that keep it running. The Wall Street Journal says this: Mandani's honeymoon with New York is over. Mandami won't care what the Journal says, but that headline tells the story of the challenges Mandami has in front of him. He is anti-business, He should remember that business supplies the jobs and the money. But he's banished executives from his advisory board to the Fund to Advance New York City. He doesn't like corporate executives advising him on anything. Raise corporate taxes, raise the minimum wage, hardly pro-business. It's the other way around. He's really angered wealthy people, of whom there are many in New York. They already pay the highest income tax rates in the country, and he wants more. If you've got a second home in the city, he'll charge a special tax on top of the taxes you already pay on your property. New York is home to financially successful people. Mandami doesn't like you. The Jewish community, anxious. The number of attacks on Jews has risen steadily. Jews are being attacked and harassed on the streets. All Mandani does is issue statements about how anti-Semitism will not be tolerated. That doesn't ring true from a man who supports a terrorist group like Hamas. The police were never his supporters, and they're not grown to like him either. He hasn't thrown off his defund the police background. He was booed off the stage at an NYP event on Staten Island last week. His administration seems incompetent. They botched the announcement of the second home tax. They have failed to nail down even basic details of the upcoming city-run grocery store. It'll cost $70 million. Subscriptions to Costco would be much cheaper and certainly more efficient. The worst of it is, Mandami's socialist policies have lit a fire in the Democrat Party. Just as his honeymoon winds down, his influence is rising. He's become a problem for the party. He's becoming a problem for the city, too.
I can't get enough of this guy, Phil. I mean, I just can't. I play one of his clips every single day. I have so much fun with it. But the reality is, I mean, Barney nailed it. His popularity in the city is going to tank because basically things are going to collapse. When Hochul's election's over and she no longer needs him, he's done, right? So she's his hostage now. But the bottom line is, this guy's influence is rising because of this communist tide that's going to take over the Democratic Party. And where are they going with this?
Well, I think they're going right where they say they're going. I mean, Mandami has been a communist since he first became interested in politics. He has stated that over and over. He downplayed it during his run for New York mayor, and now he's implementing and forwarding the policies that essentially he always said he would implement and forward. And now the media is starting to wake up that if you support a Marxist and they get elected, they will be Marxist. But the concern going forward, John, is we still have an entrenched, institutionalized bias towards supporting through higher education, through all the funding and foreign funding that's come into the United States to endow university chairs, to increase endowments for elite universities, and all of this influence that was supported under globalism and tolerance, but really was provided to U.S. universities to undermine support for basic American values and principles. I mean, you go into many business schools in U.S. universities and you get socialism and Marxism taught in U.S. business schools because of this foreign funding, is that there's an infrastructure support for people like Mandami. And unless the media recaptures its ability to do sustained and truthful coverage, not just the latest, following this latest event over here and then forgetting about it, not having any institutional memory to compare what actually happens to what people said would happen. Unless the media gets integrity, our elections are conducted in the dark. That's how people like Mandami get elected. Money, mass organization and support and infrastructure that the left has. So we can stand here above the fray and criticize them, but meanwhile, on the street, they have campaign workers knocking on doors and feeding lies to New York voters.
That's how they win. Or we can get off our butt like you and I and go knock on our own doors like I do here in Washington, D.C. on a weekly basis, running for neighborhood commission. You got to get in the grassroots. You got to get involved. Sending a check is not enough. It's just not going to do it. Because these people are organized and they want to take the party over, and they're communists. You know, the most interesting thing you said, you elect communists and they're going to be communists. You elect Marxists and they're Marxists. They're not going to like govern to the center. This is why they're there.
Yep.
Do exactly what they said. Phil, I got to go. I want to thank you. Phil Klein, always good to have you. Law professor, Liberty University, former AG, Kansas City. Excited about his new ballpark. Final question before I go. Is Mahomes healthy? Yes or no?
I think he's going to play at a very, very high level, but you'll see a difference in him, especially for the first half of the season.
What kind of difference?
Mobility, willingness to break out of the pocket and run, taking risks. I think he'll have to be a much more disciplined quarterback to protect himself until he finds his feel again.
Is that going to change his game? Is that going to change his game?
Well, I think it's going to change Andy Reid's game and Eric Bieniemy's game a little bit. We'll be back.
I don't know.
We'll be back.
I don't know. What's the over/under on him for wins? Was it 9.5? I think.
Yeah, I think most people have them. You know, in the power rankings, they're like 10, 14, and some have a winning season. Most of them have around 500.
We'll see what happens.
The run is still on. Don't count us out.
The run is on. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, the run is on. They're always tough. They're tough at home. So we'll see what happens. My guy Frank Zaccanelli says you're going to find out first game in the first 2 possessions.
Yeah, Denver. That's going to be. Yeah, that's going to be.
He says in the first 2 possessions you're going to know. He said don't bet until the second possession. You're going to know what Mahomes is going to be this season. Pretty astute, that Zaccanelli. Okay, Phil, I got to go. Ox coming up on the John Fredericks Media Network. Phil hosting September 4th. Can't wait. See you then.
Thanks, John.
Bye, Phil.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Hike! Hey, Richmond, here comes Alabama Crimson Tide football. As always, the Tide have their eyes on the national prize. Hear pregame, postgame, and every play of in-game action right here all season long. First game, September 5 against East Carolina. Kick time, noon Eastern. Get the full Crimson Tide schedule at WJFNradio.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Get the news in the morning from your Godzilla of truth. Then brace yourself from 10 to noon. Hear the reaction from Wendy Bell Live.
It's not going to be a conspiracy theory. It's going to end up being a conspiracy fact.
Because we're freaking lied to about everything.
She's America's anchor mom.
He's not just talking out of his butt.
Catch the truth bomb explosion starting August 17th. Wendy Bell Live. 10 to noon on the John Fredericks Media Network.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Salty. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Salty almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
No, it's great to have you back. The Oxman is coming up. Hey, don't forget, we got a lot going on, and we got a convention coming up in Dallas, so that's going to be fun. September 9th and 10th in Dallas. We're going to be there live. Maybe there'll be a media row, maybe not. We don't really know. Either way, we're going to be there. We're going to be broadcasting. Ox is going. We're going to have a lot of fun. And here's the thing, okay? With me every single step of the way, just like they are every day in my business, is Glenn Story and Patriot Mobile. I've got 3 phones. Here they are, right? 1, 2, 3. All of these 3 phones on Patriot Mobile. This is how I run the company. 3 phones. Why? I save money. The service is fantastic. I get a BOGO, 2 for 1, which means no matter where I go, I get 5 bars because I pick 2 carriers. Verizon, 5 bars in DC, not so much. AT&T, absolutely. Go to Maryland, it flips, right? Drive to College Park, then I go to Verizon, I get 5 bars there. This is the most brilliant thing ever. Now, all you got to do is go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com. Here's what you're going to get. Promo code Godzilla, free activation. Boom, $35, done. Say I want 1 month free. Promo code Godzilla, done. Say I want the BOGO. I want 2 carriers for the price of 1. Godzilla, done. So I got to do. Then they do it over the cloud. You save all your stuff. Takes about 15 minutes. Do everything over the phone. This is the greatest company ever. You're going to save money. You're going to get better service. You're going to get 2 carriers for the price of 1. You're going to get a free month. And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. They are my official sponsor for the Republican convention in Dallas. So they're going to be with me live. They're going to be in my suite. Going to have a hospitality suite. They're the sponsor of that. Listen, these guys are great. I run my company on Patriot Mobile. And I save money and I get great service. And I want to provide you with this opportunity too. Here's the other great thing about them. A portion, whatever they do, guess where it goes? Support Christian conservative causes. These are great people. They're visionary. Glenn Story, Scott Coburn, my friends. But main thing is you save money, you get better service. They're great people, and they're part of the Patriot group. And money goes where it belongs, Christian conservative causes. You give your money to Verizon and AT&T, you have no idea what woke things they're doing with it. I know when I pay my bill at the end of the month to Patriot Mobile, if they make a profit, I know where some of that's going. And that matters to me. And that might matter to everybody, but it matters to me. Along with that, I got great phone service, great price, great people, and I get a bunch of free stuff. It's the biggest no-brainer in history. And they're our official sponsor for our events and our broadcast at the midterm Republican convention in Dallas, September 9th and 10th. Don't want to miss that. We're going to be there live the whole time. Go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, or give them a call, 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. Promo code Godzilla gets you all the freebies. And thanks, Patriot Mobile, for all you do. Joining me now, the Oxman. Ox, good to have you with us.
My pleasure, John Fredericks. Great to be with you on this 2 days after the primary day in Minnesota. Couldn't be happier.
Let's get to that in a second. Are you going to Dallas or not?
I have my hotel reservation. I don't have a plane reservation. I may have other things to do.
Sad. Hashtag sad.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. We're waiting on you.
Yep.
We're gonna be there. I got a suite, a hospitality suite. You're invited. Let's go. Okay. Now, Oxman, break down Minnesota. Give us everything. What happened?
Well, I tell you, the primary voters came out and spoke. I was happy to see the results. One of the big surprises, I think that the whole country was surprised about, was the margin that our lieutenant governor beat Angie Craig by. Wow. Didn't see that happening. Twice as many, I'm rounding, but twice as many Democrats voted in the primary as Republicans did, which is interesting because Republicans had very contentious Senate and gubernatorial votes to take. If you want to go down that one real quick, I'll just break that down. And that is my theory. Republican endorsement conventions, the people who get the endorsements always win the primary. So historically, people, I'm going to challenge that primary in their primary. They always win. So I think Republicans just assume that whoever the endorsed candidate is going to win. They're not used to voting in primaries. Democrats never, the endorsed candidates never win the primary. So Democrats are trained in Minnesota to always vote in the primary because they always override the convention endorsed candidates. So that's just a theory that I have. A lot of people are worried when they look at the numbers, like, if twice as many Democrats are voting in Minnesota than Republicans, then we're sunk. But I would not make that analogy just yet, or that analysis. But the other thing is Lisa Damoth, proved that, the primary voters get out there, they spot nonsense when they see it. They spot a winning candidate when they see it. And, the Mike Lindell thing, the Donald Trump endorsement, not relevant in Minnesota. And we're hoping, this is me saying this, but I'm hoping that Donald Trump does not endorse Lisa Damoth because, well, for one thing, he said that he didn't know who she was and she heard she wasn't very good. And that's what he said, right? He heard she wasn't very good a while ago. So if we get him out of this, because now you can have the Republican in Minnesota where Donald Trump isn't popular to say she wasn't Trump's gal. So the Democrats can't hang that on her head moving forward. So that's a feather in the cap.
What was her? Were you surprised? Tell our audience her margin of victory over Lindell, and were you surprised at that?
Oh, I tell you what, 10, 12, whatever it was, 10, 12 percentage points. No, that was. I expected her to win. The Lindell thing, right? Thinking, is he going to get like 2% of the vote, or is he actually going to be a contender? But I tell you, I took a little drive up in northern Minnesota, in resume speed Minnesota, if you will. And if you look at the geographical map, in northern Minnesota, in the sticks, I mean, it was a Mike Lindell yard sign, road sign, billboard festival up there. Anybody who spent any time in northern Minnesota was like, hey, Lindell's going to win this thing. The only problem is nobody lives there. So there's no population there. So yes, it was like a huge part of the state had more Lindell signs than anything. He probably had more signs than anybody up all over the state, but he had them in places where there aren't any people. And he, to his credit, I mean, he worked those crowds. He marched, he walked in the smallest town parades. He worked so hard. What he did, he reached out to greater Minnesota. I mean, he was really doing a heck of a job reaching out to areas that maybe other candidates wouldn't. You wouldn't expect, Mike Lindell wearing a suit, and flying a private jet and all that stuff to be doing that. But he did. And I give him credit for that. But unfortunately, he spent a lot of time in areas that don't have any people. So that was kind of not a great thing. But I think people came to the realization, like, wait a minute here. We're talking about Amy Klobuchar is a formidable candidate. Let's really think about winning. So I was not surprised by the margin necessarily. A little bit surprised that my friend Kendall Qualls, who I've talked about for years, really like him. I was a Dameth supporter, don't get me wrong, but he is so good. There's a place for him somewhere, but I don't know what's going to happen. But now, have you heard? Has our mutual friend Mike Lindell actually conceded, or is he still going to try to say there was voter fraud, fake news, and now go on a campaign to try to say that it was stolen from him? I haven't heard yet that he has conceded. Maybe he has today. But I thought he conducted a good campaign. They all did. But Lisa Dameth is the strongest candidate, and her lieutenant governor also. I mean, they're squeaky clean. The lieutenant governors on the other for the other candidates, I mean, had all kinds of questions about him. So in the end, Minnesota primary voters surprised me by showing up and doing what I predicted they would do in a general election. So it kind of surprised me. The endorsed candidate, Adam Schwarzy, for U.S. Senate, was never going to win that seat. Disappointed me that he spent his last campaign dollars bashing the person who was going to win the seat in the Senate race. Michelle Tafoya, obviously, should have joined forces, shouldn't have done that. I don't know where he goes now, but we lost, a lot of relationships were really damaged this summer because of this stupid endorsement process in May and the primary in August. But now we move forward. We got a shot to win the Senate, real shot, and a real shot to win the governor's race.
What was Tafoya's margin? What was Tafoya's margin of victory?
Whatever it was. It was 60%. She got a majority of the voters. Now in Minnesota, we don't care about that, right? You can win with 20% of the vote. She was the only one to get a majority of the voters. So that was a huge feather in her cap. But yeah, she killed it. I mean, she ran away with it.
She's a formidable candidate.
Everybody knows she's great.
She's a great candidate. I mean, she's going to give. Yep. And I tell you what, go back to the Angie Craig race. I really thought that was going to be a barn burner. I mean, Craig, congressman and whatever, and kind of ran to the traditional Democratic Farmers Party, but got crushed by the communists. I mean, just got annihilated. Mm-hmm. What was that about?
Yeah, I tell you, if you listen to Peggy Flanagan, she does a good interview. You look at the difference. She's got that silly smile on her face all the time. Angie Craig always looks very serious. I think, and I don't have any inside information on this, but watching how she campaigned in her ads, she was over-consulted. She knew what she was doing for her congressional races, and she did it well. I think she was over-consulted for this primary race. I think she's better suited for a general election. And this is great news for Republicans because if it's Peggy Flanagan versus Michelle Tafoya, I'm putting smart money on Tafoya, quite frankly. Angie Craig, on the other hand, that would be a tough battle. But Michelle's going to go out and just wow everybody, and that's going to be a fun campaign moving forward.
I've never had her on my show. I'm sure you've had, but just watching her for years on the sidelines of NFL games, everybody knows I watch football all day Sunday. It's all I do, and I mean she's good, and she's very personable. She's a very nice looking lady. I mean, so that she's got that going. She's very articulate, very energetic. And she's very smart, and she's got a lot of money. I don't know, did her family have money? Because she's got a lot of money.
Yeah, well, she married well, I think, as far as that goes. But doggone it, people like her.
They like her.
It's really good.
I mean, they just like her. I mean, she's tough. I mean, I liked her when she was doing NFL games. I mean, she's just a fun person and smart. So I think you're going to have a hell of a race there. And imagine if Republican, because you guys haven't won a Senate seat in Minnesota since 2002. That's been 24 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been tough. It's been a real dearth of Republican wins. Again, the Republicans endorse the wrong people by and large during the conventions, and then they go on to win in the primary. And then they don't win in the general election.
Tafoya didn't get the convention nomination. So
none of them did. Almost none of them did. The Republican Party got a haircut. Huge. Yeah.
So they just need to stop that. That's just stupid. They just need to get rid of that. Go to a primary, maybe move it up so you got a little more time to campaign. But I think you're right there. Okay, let's get to Wisconsin, your neighboring state.
Yep.
Everybody thought Hahn was going to win. I mean, she got beat by a guy that dropped out and then got back in when everybody else dropped out.
Yeah.
What was that about?
Again, I think and maybe this goes to the Angie Craig race too in Minnesota. I don't know, but I think there's just so much emphasis on national media. And you and I have talked about this over the years. National media picks up on national ideological trends and, makes all kinds of assumptions. And, you see these candidates that buy into the whole national narrative. Politics is local. Did anybody ever talk to her about, okay, so how do you feel about, ditch management on the county highways in the state of Wisconsin? How do you feel about, milk prices? How do you feel about, right? I mean, cheese, right? Like, what's your favorite cheese and how can you help the cheese makers? It's Wisconsin. So I don't know. We have no idea because the national media didn't cover it. Who was winning with those people? And I don't know if this other guy did or not, but I was listening to him early this morning on MSNBC on Morning Joe. He's got nothing. So nothing. I was afraid that Tiffany, would have a tough time with him. We all wanted the socialist, but I think Tiffany wins this race.
I did the same thing. He was on the clip service that I use that Dan and I have. Dan, there must have been 20 clips on him. And I went through a couple of them and I'm like, this guy's the biggest empty suit I've ever seen. This is why he originally dropped out of the race, because he had nothing. I mean, basically, he got back in as a placeholder because everybody else dropped out. All the stuff going on there. And I think in a way he's a weaker candidate than Hong. At least Hong had a motivated base. I mean, this guy was like, you voted against Hong because she's crazy.
I know.
And you voted for a guy that had already dropped out and then got back in at the final minute. And now he's, making the rounds on all the libtard networks. I think Tiffany beats him.
And maybe this is a Winsome Sears parallel a little bit. You know that better than I do. But if you listen to these interviews with Hong, she's a twit. She's a mush mouth. So know what she's saying. She's not even a good interview. She's not captivating. And that's where I would go back to the Peggy Flanagan, our lieutenant governor, who won, the primary for U.S. Senate. Listen to her interviews. She's incredibly articulate. She's enthusiastic. She talks with a smile. She has all kinds of super liberal ideas, but she articulates them well. This Hong gal, and listening to, was it Harold Ford Jr., I think, on maybe the 5 a few days ago, pointing out, when they should be talking about the price of gas, the price of, inflation, the war in Iran and all that stuff. Instead, they're talking about, did she say she wanted to cancel Thanksgiving? That right there is your 0.3% of the vote. And bink, she's out.
Cancel Thanksgiving. That was her platform. And she was embarrassed that she married a white guy and had too much whiteness and her son was half white. I mean, I couldn't get past that one.
No.
But the two husbands I feel sorry for in this world is her husband. It's like, well, I'm a white guy. What? Yeah, I'm embarrassed that I married you. And of course, the ultimate husband to be embarrassed is Elizabeth Warren's husband. Who's basically said Plattner's my kind of man. And you're sitting there as her husband saying, well, what about me? Well, he slaps these women around. It's pretty exciting. I don't know what's going on in that marriage. I don't want to say anything.
You bet.
This is a family show. Let's go to the B&D. Go to the B&D adult store and buy one of those whips. And maybe you spice up your life a little bit there, Mr. Warren. I don't know what to tell you.
Don't want to think
I
about
really
that.
have no advice for you.
Yeah.
Dan, the man, Ox, not going to Dallas.
Probably not. I'll explain myself later. I have more than several reasons why I'm probably not going.
We're going to miss you. I'll have a beer for you.
All right.
Actually, I won't have a beer. I don't drink beer. I'll have a Grey Goose for you.
You bet.
Me and Mr. Goose will toast you.
I'll have one with you since we're on the same time zone, and I'll just be 2,000 miles away, or however far it is.
Ox, people want to follow you. Where do they go? Quickly.
At Hot Talk with Ox or KNSIRadio.com, sir.
Always good to have you, Ox.
My pleasure.
Awesome. My best to Jan. Talk soon. We're going to be right back. Nick Fondasco is next.
I'm Rich Thomason. So much rain in such a short period of time, unleashing devastating flash flooding across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, with evacuations, high water rescues, and some fatalities. Jonathan Whittam with the Indiana Department of Homeland Security says that a young child was killed.
Sadly, the 4-year-old died in Jennings County. That was a tree that fell on their home. And we have reports of various levels of injuries across the state. And again, 2 other fatalities that may be weather-related. We're working on confirming those.
Parts of Ohio are also flooded, forecasters not ruling out the possibility of more rain. Tropical storm Hernan has formed out in the Pacific, but posing no threat to land. It is a desperate situation in Colombia as the clock keeps on ticking.
The rescue operation following a powerful earthquake that struck Colombia on Monday is growing more desperate by the day. Search teams are pushing up against a key time threshold to locate survivors before it's too late. In Pereira on Wednesday, a body was recovered from the rubble of a collapsed building. Colombia's new president, Abelardo de la Espriella, is under pressure to make sure his government responds to the vulnerable communities most affected by the quake and more than 100 aftershocks. Aid agencies consider the first 48 to 72 hours crucial. I'm Karen Shamas.
An Army Apache attack helicopter has crashed near Fort Hood, Texas. Both crew members on board were killed. The U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, condemning a siege by Israeli settlers on the home of a Palestinian-American family in the West Bank. He calls it a horrific act of terror. Israel is sending in more troops to the area. Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 152 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 24 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
Hiroshi Okuda, a former chief executive of Toyota who led the Japanese automaker's stellar rise in global markets, has died at the age of 93.
Okuda had a 45-year career at Toyota Motor Corporation and served as its president and then CEO from 1995 through 2006. He's especially remembered for having led the development of the gas-electric hybrid Prius in 1997, a model with a fuel-efficient technology that was groundbreaking at the time. He was also key in leading Toyota's global expansion, setting up manufacturing plants in the U.S. and Europe. Bob Agnew reporting.
Large parts of Europe will be sweltering again. Britain is poised for its 5th heat wave of an exceptional summer that's expected to be the hottest on record. Forecasters are predicting the mercury to rise as high as 100 degrees today in central and southeast England, falling just short of the August record from 2003. News and analysis, townhall.com. It was a free show, and it did not disappoint.
People seeking the best view of a solar eclipse crowded lawns and beaches in Europe and cheered as the sky darkened. The celestial spectacle was visible across a wide band from Canada to northern Europe. On the coast of Portugal, bathers swapped sunglasses for special viewing glasses as the moon blotted out the visible sun and the orb shrank to a slender crescent. In France, the eclipse was not total, but it was the closest thing since 1999. Simon Luchesini was at André Citron Park in Paris.
It's not the same dark as just twilight, and kind of beautiful too.
The next total eclipse visible in the lower 48 of the United States won't be until 2044. I'm Jennifer King.
Google is out with its latest lineup of Pixel phones. They feature slimmer cameras and include a more powerful zoom and AI features. Most inexpensive phone in the new lineup starts at $900. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code Godzilla for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Godzilla Wins, where you get the best insight and best information on how to win the most money ever.
Guess what? GodzillaWins.com. Let's talk more winners.
You heard the man. The all-new GodzillaWins.com is all about winners, with fresh daily picks by J-Fred and your favorite players from the Godzilla Wins team. Get your hot takes from the show, then click the website for the dough. GodzillaWins.com.
GodzillaWins.com. Let's talk more winners.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Frederick.
Great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Great to have you with us, as always. I tell you what, losing weight, been on this thing 3 weeks. I now lost 4 pounds. It's right here. It's called lean. You're probably saying, Fredericks, why do you look so good? Well, I know it's an everyday occurrence. I don't know. I just made that up. But it is an everyday occurrence, especially when you get on the scale and you're losing weight. 3 weeks, 3 pounds. I got to get down to 220. I'm 245. Now I'm 242. Getting there. Why? I take my lean every day. Get up, brush my teeth. It's got one of these right in the bathroom. Got a bottle of water. Take 3 of them. Down it. Full bottle of water, 8 ounces. I'm good to go for the rest of the day. Why does lean work? Well, I don't want to get shots. Don't believe in it. Spikes your blood sugar. It's all synthetic. Not for me. Not my thing. If you guys are taking GLP, and it's working fine. If you're not, this is a great alternative. And it's certainly working for me and working for Tina, who's been on it now a month, and she's lost 5 pounds. So this is steady as you go. You're going to keep it off. Curbs your appetite. It also increases your energy, and it's easy to take, and there's no injections. You take it every day. But it increases your energy, and decreases your appetite. I've had tremendous success with it. No after effects. Doctor formulated, supports metabolism energy, targets appetite, gives you fat loss, and it's all around great. Just go to takelean.com. If you're serious about losing weight, guys and gals, if you want to lose 2 pounds for a wedding or something, waste of time. But if you're serious about losing weight, like I am, so I plateaued, I got to get down to 225, 220. If you're serious, Tina's serious, then this is for you, and it's relatively inexpensive. Promo code Godzilla is going to get you 20% off. Try to do those GLP shots. Those are like hundreds of dollars. Screw that. Go to takelean.com. Besides, they're not healthy. Takelean.com. Takelean.com. Do it now. Promo code Godzilla, 20% off. Give it a shot. You don't have anything to lose here, right? Because you're going to feel better immediately, have more energy. You're probably saying, John, how come you have all this energy? Because I'm on lean. Takelean.com. Great thing to have. Check it out. Go on the journey with me and Tina, our marketing director. She's doing super too. Dan should be on it. Dan, did you get yours yet? Did you get your lean yet?
Still waiting for it to arrive in the mail, but I hope any day now.
Jeez. Let's go. Okay. Hope it works out for you. Because I know it will. But, look, you can't take it and then drink like a 12-pack of beer every night. Obviously, you're not going to lose weight. You got to be smart about this. But I like this. This has been very, very helpful to me. So you guys and gals out there, give it a shot. Just take it a shot. Take it for a couple months. It's so inexpensive based on, relatively speaking. You take it a couple months, you see what happens. And if you can drop in 2 months, 10, 15 pounds, you're going to feel and look better. And it's enduring. You come off that shot, that weight goes right back on. Everybody tells you that. So what are you going to do? Take that in perpetuity? Come on, guys and gals. No good. Okay, joining me now, Nick Fondacaro. Nick, am I saying your name? Am I saying your name right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, Fondacaro.
Okay. Fondacaro. Newsbusters topic is the fake news. I tell you what, it's now becoming clownish. The fake news is so ridiculous of what they cover. It's now like I've stopped complaining about it. Now you just make fun of it because it is so stupid. First of all, they're rooting for Iran to win the war. That's number one. They're rooting for all the communists to win. That's number two. They don't report on anything positive the president does. That's number three. And there are a bunch of liars. That's number four. But go ahead. What's your take on this week's fake news juggernaut?
Probably the Air Force One situation where basically they're treating it as like their vanity project because like, oh no, he didn't tell us where he was and we were in danger. It's like the Secret Service made a call to protect his life and put him on a different plane. Sorry, it's a very cold call, but the lives of journalists does not equal the lives of the president, and they needed to make sure he was safe, and they ended up safe in the end anyway. They were on one of the most well-defended planes with all of the anti countermeasures for interceptors and that kind of stuff. ultimately they were safe, but basically they've just been foaming at the mouth all week about this.
It's got to be the stupidest thing. I mean, if you're traveling with the president and the president, there's been 4 assassination attempts. I mean, if you don't think you're safe, don't travel with the president. That's your choice. You're making that choice. All you got to do is tell your company, I don't really want to do this, and they'll send somebody else. They'll be happy to go. So it's a bunch of malarkey. And the fact that, well, the president put us in danger. No, he didn't. He's the president. You listen to the Secret Service and the military, and they wanted to do this. You can't defy the Secret Service. I mean, they're in charge of keeping the president safe. So if they say, do this, go on this other plane, we're going to do this, you do it. I mean, what is he going to do? Fight with them? This is how stupid it is.
Exactly. And you hit on a good point there. Like, the president didn't put them in danger. Iran is the one that put them in danger because they're the ones that went out and did this. And we've seen that they've tried to carry out, I believe it was in Canada, against an author. They tried to assassinate an author up there. They went after John Bolton, regardless of what people might think of John Bolton. They're serious about going after some of their enemies. And then you have people who are sort of saying, like, oh, he brought, you had Katie Turr on MS Now yesterday sort of hinting that, oh, he brought the threat of Iran on himself because of his own actions with the war. It's sort of like, oh, now it's getting particularly dark. And then you also had Lawrence O'Donnell on MS Now sort of mocking the idea that, oh, ha, 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 he had to go hide away on a catering truck to go to another thing. It shattered his hero persona. And they basically a couple nights ago, Lawrence O'Donnell was attacking Trump for saying, like, oh, you weren't as brave as Harrison Ford in Air Force One, and he didn't go out there to go kill his assassins himself.
This is what
it's wild.
Look, Nick, it's a clown car. I mean, it is so ridiculous. They're so over the top that now that when we report about it, it's really almost like The Onion. I mean, they're like The Onion. It's like, Babylon Bee. I mean, none of what they say is accurate. None is true. They froth at them out. They hate Trump to such an extent. They want him to lose so bad. They're openly rooting for Iran. I mean, the most disgusting thing is they revel when body bags come home. I mean, they revel in it because they want deaths. So they want the straight clothes. They want bombs going off on ships. They want slingshots, so that oil prices go up, gas is high, and they can win. They don't care who dies. I mean, Iran has been killing Americans for 50 friggin' years, and they were going to get a bomb, and they don't care about that either. As long as they win and get Trump out, that's all they care about. And it's really a clown car.
Oh, absolutely. They just want him to look bad because it's the midterms, right? It's an election year. They want to create such a negative narrative that they can sort of sweep in and get Democrats to take their biggest hope is not just the House, but the Senate as well, hopefully for them to flip the Senate. And then they can hold him accountable and all this stuff and then do impeachments and get him out of office that way and put some sort of pressure on the administration for like a 25th Amendment situation. This whole thing is just all of it is geared towards them craving power so that they can get their agenda through. And that's why you see the liberal media also trying to brush under the rug all this Democratic Socialists of America candidates and all of this very hard leftward crazies that the Democrats are electing all over the country because because that's what the American people are going to see. They need to have the Democrats look as good as possible, the Republicans look as bad as possible. And when the Democrats are putting up these wild, crazy candidates and the American people see that, they're going to be like, oh, whoa, while we have some issues with the economy and maybe the price of things and some other things, these candidates are just out there. They want to destroy and get rid of all of America's holidays. But at least with the Republicans, they're not that we disagree with them on policy, not the fundamental traditions of ourselves as a country. So that's why the liberal media is trying to downplay the Democratic crazies and trying to make the general nature of the country look as negative as possible. It's all midterms in mind.
Well, they want to cancel Thanksgiving. Next thing they want to do is cancel Christmas because they hate the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Or they hate him too. So the next thing they got to do is want to cancel the birth of the Savior. And these people are nuts, dude. But it doesn't matter because the fake news is carrying their water, right? To a certain, it's just gonna go on this way right through the midterm. So you just got to deal with it and do what we do, make fun of it every day because this is not serious news. Nothing that they do is serious now, right? Let's get to, I got to get to cut 25 here. We got to get into culture wars, Nick. We've been covering this all week. Here's the fever coach. This is the WNBA woke league. I'm predicting they fold in 2027. They're done. Here's this Stephanie White, and another total cowardly libtard, spends 3 minutes talking about love and grace and love and grace. And 2 seconds after that, she's like, you can all go to hell. You can't make this stuff up. 25, roll it.
Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
Peace will win. Nick, love will win. We love everybody. Big Tent. We love grace will win. Hey, go to hell. Oh, that's in the same breath. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, dude. In the same breath, love and peace. And by the way, go to hell.
None this is peace and love, like banging your fist on the table. No, I won't bang on my table just to save your audio guys their ears. But yeah, so I believe this is also the same coach that she claimed that like when Sophie Cunningham like got decked in the face during a on-court scuffle and her mouth was bleeding. She's just like, oh, I'm not against the roughhouse thing. It's like your player just got decked in the face like with an illegal call and the player got ejected, and her two players on either side, or they have their hands in their faces, they're like looking off like they can't believe their coach is just letting them out to dry like that. It's absolute crazy and insanity. This coach is probably not a good coach.
Oh my God. Then like we had a pretty favorable inflation report yesterday. I'm going to run that clip in a minute. And fake news never mentioned it. It's like it didn't exist. But then a week ago when the jobs report came out and that was underperformance, oh my God, it was on the news every 18 seconds. I couldn't get away from jobs are collapsing in America. The economy is dead. There's no boom. Okay, let's roll this. I got to find this here. Let's get to, I got it right here. You know what, Dan? Let's get to, all right, here it is. Cut 11, Dan. 11 on July CPI report. Roll that. 11.
One of the things I also find that I like about this report is it's always going to be the case when you see any kind of price report that some things come in above the average, some things come below the average. That's just how averages work. You know that. But if you look at some of the things that came in below the average, which basically means their price fell, they're attributable to specific Trump administration policies. Beef prices fell. The president put out an executive order in February specifically to address beef prices. Auto insurance fell a lot after skyrocketing during the previous administration. Again, this has been a priority of this administration. The big one, prescription drug prices fell. Right. And that is a specific target of the Trump administration.
I was hoping you'd get to that. That's right. I have minus 0.8. Last 3 months, it's fallen. The prescription drugs have fallen 5 of the last 6 months, Chris.
And that's the first time that this has happened. And I think it can be directly pointed to what the drug companies used to do was sell prescription drugs to people in France for much less than they were selling them to in the United States. We were essentially, as a country, subsidizing the entire world when it came to prescription prices. The Trump administration ended that, and that's why we're seeing these decreases in prescription drug prices, which then do filter into overall inflation. So,
I mean, inflation is down, drug prices are down. Other than me and maybe the Wall Street Journal, who is reporting on this, Nick?
Exactly. We're not seeing that much coverage of it besides maybe like the business sections of certain areas. You'll probably see reports on it on CNN.com and stuff like that, where they can just relegate it to their websites that don't get much traffic. CNN actually CNN.com fell below Fox News for the first time in a very, very long time. we have a write-up about that on Newsbusters. Basically, yeah, so you're not seeing a lot of these news outlets sort of reporting these good news because, like I was saying earlier, it's all the midterm mindset. They don't want to share that good news. They just want to share, as you pointed out, that some job numbers are down. And then I was watching CNN the other day when they were talking about those jobs numbers, and they were like, oh, let's look back at what it was like during the last administration with the jobs being made. And they did the whole Joe Biden created millions of jobs, even though that was all like the post-COVID lockdowns getting lifted. And so even CNN is doing the old Biden fakery of saying he created millions of jobs, even though it was just the economy returning, attempting to return to where it was pre-pandemic.
So what kind of an impact are they going to have? I mean, everybody's worried on our side. Oh, the fake news. Democrats are going to win, fake news. I mean, people aren't watching it anymore. They're just not buying it, Nick.
Hopefully they seem to think that they still have the influence, and I think in some places they probably do. But that's the point of Newsbusters and the Media Research Center, right? Is for us to get out there and neutralize this, say what the truth is, and then give other like radio hosts like yourself and the people at home the ammunition to send to their friends and family. Be like, hey, this is what's actually happening out there, and this is what is getting manipulated and twisted. And I think we've seen it in the past that a lot of their narratives just sometimes don't go through. Like they tried to drag Joe Biden and Kamala Harris across the finish line the last cycle, and it didn't work because everybody was able to see through their games. And I think a lot of people have wised up to it. It's just that they're really trying to hold on to power, which is what we were seeing like with the Fauci stuff. Them also ignoring a lot of the Fauci stuff. Like at least pre-hearing and then sort of going against Republicans post-hearing. But yeah, they're desperately trying to hold on to the power, and a lot of people are not buying it, and then like they just keep recycling the old playbook.
That's all they do. I just don't think it has the impact it had. That's why I'm so bullish on us winning. I mean, the candidates are putting up are crazy. I mean, we actually have a shot to pick the Senate seat up in Minnesota with Michelle Tafoya. I think she's going to beat Peggy Flanagan. I mean, we flipped that seat, game over. They're putting up terrible candidates. Flanagan's a communist. Everybody knows it. I mean, is Minnesota going to go there? Maybe. I don't see it. I think we pick up that seat. I think we pick up the Michigan seat. That's +2. Collins holds serve, and they flip North Carolina. So I think at the end of the day, they pick up one seat. We pick up a seat. So we go from +3 to +4. They're not going to win Ohio. Look, Nick, they're not going to win Ohio. They're not going to win Texas. I mean, this is just nonsense, right? You talk about the fake news. Oh, Texas, Talarico's ahead. That's some fake poll that they push out. Talk about, we've gone from fake news to fake polls. Tell us about the fake polls.
Well, we saw a lot of the fake polls during 2016, right, where a lot of them were saying Hillary Clinton was going to blow Trump out of the water, and basically we saw what happened. Trump won, and it was just a stunner for everybody in the liberal media because they just they got high in their own supply and just bought into these polls. And then they seemed to at least try to make some corrections in the years since, but then this year it's looking really bad for them, especially in Minnesota, right? You had like the Hong situation where like all the polls saying that she was going to win by 10, 15, 20 points in the Democratic primary. And then the Democratic, the so-called moderate, which is the guy still very progressive, managed to eke out a little bit ahead of her. So these polls they're easily manipulatable. And when I was in college, poli-sci major here, I took classes on poll taking, and like one of the things that I always recommend people to look at is what is the margin of error. Anything over 2.5, that's when you start getting into some problems with how it was handled and how it was conducted. And then last cycle, I saw some that were like 4 or 5% margin error. It's like, whoa, that means there's a very major problem in how the not just that the questions are biased or anything like that. It's more like how it was carried out by the poll takers themselves. There were major issues there, not being able to get a hold of certain people. And it's like, well, who are you contacting? Was the reliability of those people? So yeah, like the polls have just been absolutely abysmal, and they're just going to jump on them because they just want to show like, oh, they want to show like that rising far leftness within the Democratic Party. They're like, oh, this is the direction that the Democratic base wants to go, because that's the direction that they as the media want to go. They want to go further to the left.
Let's get to cut 12. More on the good news on the economy that nobody's reporting. Roll it.
Today's inflation report, I think, says two things. Number one, that we're looking at a rate of core inflation that's actually kind of near the Fed's target rate of 2%. And actually, when you look at the last 3 months of CPI inflation reports and annualize them, we're looking at inflation that's actually well below the Fed's 2% target rate. So that means that even with the temporary disruption that we're seeing from Iran, we're not seeing these spillover effects into the rest of the economy. So while we recognize that oil and gas prices are higher than ideal, we're not seeing that affect the rest of the economy. But number two, and more importantly, is that I think we're seeing more evidence that President Trump's long-term economic agenda is paying dividends for the American people. We saw prescription drugs continue to precipitously fall thanks to the president's most favored nation drug pricing deals, thanks to TrumpRx.gov. You saw auto insurance prices continue to decline thanks to President Trump getting dangerous illegal aliens off of our streets. You saw beef prices finally cool down and actually decline last month. We saw other household essentials like eggs, dairy, and other goods remain lower than they were a year ago. So again, President Trump's economic agenda continues to deliver, and today's CPI report proves just that.
Reported by nobody. Unbelievable, Nick. I mean, it's just it's so laughable, and the whole news media now, Nick. I tell you what, there are so few people that just are reporting anything that has anything to do with the truth. Some of it on our side. I mean, the clickbaiters. You look at the clowns out there: Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly. It's ridiculous. I mean, if you have a lane like we do, where you just get on the air every day and tell people exactly what's going on, and you're about truth and clarity, you got a lane, but it's not big because it doesn't sell. What sells is the nonsense that you're seeing on MS Now and all this stuff. It's kind of laughable in the position that we're in. I think it's going to ebb. I think people are going to turn back to they just want accurate information. They're not getting it anywhere.
I mean, like, that's why you're the Godzilla of truth, right? So exactly. You have it on our side too, where a lot of people are just chasing that rage bait. They're chasing those clicks, and it really hurts the entire media ecosystem. And especially when it's on our side, when we're trying to get the truth out there to our side, and you have people that are just taking and distracting people with these crazy stories. It's like, hey, we got to focus. Midterms are coming up, and just like we had a major win last night with the NFA getting gutted, and we need to focus on the things that are actually worthwhile and keeping the Constitution going.
Okay, Nick, I like you. It's been a good segment. I like how you roll with the punches, no preparation. My kind of guy. Dan, do we have a plan here, Dan? Dan, do I look like I have a plan?
No, yeah, we don't have a plan.
We have a plan, Nick. So therefore, you fit in. So look, email Tina, tell her we like Nick. We want him back because he doesn't have a plan either.
Will do.
Dan, I don't have a plan. You need to run that clip, Dan, when we get back. Hey,
Will
Nick,
do.
thanks for being with us. John Fredericks Media Network, we have no plan whatsoever. Thanks for being with us. We'll be right back.
Ponder this. Have you ever been so hungry that not only is your stomach growling, but you become lightheaded and shaky? Your blood sugar has hit an all-time low. It seems that when this occurs, no amount of food can satisfy this type of hunger. When hunger reaches this level, your normally nice personality may become agitated, impatient, or even angry. You need food and you need it fast. Did you know that our souls need daily nourishment as well? A hungry soul might be inclined to give in to temptations and commit sin without a care about its eternal destiny. When we let our souls grow hungry, we must feed them with prayers, recollection, and sacred scripture. Catholics in the state of grace have the additional benefit of access to feeding our souls with a heavenly food. Only in the Catholic Church is Jesus truly present in every worthy reception of Holy Communion. He is the bread of life. His words, "Come and see." I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
August 17th, Big changes are coming to the John Fredericks Media Network. John Fredericks, your Godzilla of Truth, starts the day from 6 to 10. Wendy Bell follows from 10 to noon. Rob Carson staying put at noon to 3. Michael Patrick Leahy moves to 3 o'clock, followed by Katz and Cosby at 5. America's new boss for conservative talk is the John Fredericks Media Network.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Hi. You know, I don't want there to be any hard feelings between us, Harvey. When you and Rachel were being abducted, I was sitting in Gordon's cage. No, I didn't rig those charges.
Your man, your plan.
Do I really look like a guy with a plan? You know what I am?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, it's good to have you here. Ryan's in the house. How you doing, Ryan? Good. Ryan's in the house. It's Thursday. That means Ryan's here. Hey, Colonial Downs, baby. It's rocking and rolling. We think our horse is going to be in on Sunday. What would that be, Dan? August 23rd. Our horse, we've got one should be racing at Colonial Downs, Baytown Parfait. And it looks like there's a race that he's going to be qualifying for on Sunday, the 23rd. I don't have that. We haven't entered him yet. Got to get the details worked out. But that's what we're targeting him to do. And he had a little respiratory issue, but now we understand he's feeling better. He's feeling great. Got his scope done. He's got a clean bill of health. So he's been off about a month, getting better, but looks like he's going to be in on Sunday, the 23rd at Colonial Downs, Baytown Parfait, our race, Liberty Racing Stables, and got a couple others going, but that's the one we're focused on right now. Anyway, Colonial Downs, love it, baby. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday racing. Well, you're going to get it today at 12:30 p.m. Can't wait. Post time, 12:30 every Thursday, every Friday, every Saturday, every Sunday, right through September 7th. On Sundays, we got so much going on there. Bring the family. There's all kinds of things. Great food, great horses. You're going to have so much fun. The kids are going to love it. It's one of the most beautiful racetracks in the country. And I've been to them all, as you know. This is beautiful. I love their turf course. It's such a wonderful day. 20 minutes east of Richmond, only about an hour west of Virginia Beach. You can get there. I love going to Colonial Downs. Bring the family there. Parking free and general admission free. Play the horses, win money, have fun, bring the family. Also, they got slot machines downstairs. Those are always fun. I love playing those. The sports book is upstairs. Want a winner? Go to GodzillaWins.com. GodzillaWins.com. Well, you know what happens there. Less talk, more winners. But Colonial Downs, man, take your family there in the summer. It's so much fun, especially on the weekend. Just go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. It's just a great experience, and you're really going to enjoy it. You go one time, you're going to be like, wow, we had so much fun. And you get right up and close to the horses. The paddock is right there. The rail is right there. Your kids are going to love it. Go to colonialdowns.com for more information, colonialdowns.com. Okay, joining us now, Jay Young. Jay, thanks for being with us. I always forget what your title is, right? COO, King Operating Corporation. Jay, thanks for being with us. Oh, Jay, no audio for Jay. Okay. Why Jay was coming on today was talking about the price gouging coming on. While we're waiting for Jay to get his audio fixed, let's get to we were talking about the inflation rate coming down. Let's get to cut 13. Here's John Lonsky saying the annual core CPI inflation 2.5 in July, back to where it was prior to the Iran conflict. See, nobody's reporting on this but me. Cut 13. Take a look.
It seems to me this is pretty good news.
It is good news, and I could not help but note that the annual rate of core CPI inflation, that's excluding food and energy. We want energy out of it because of the matter in Iran. Take that out, 2.5% in July. That's back to where it was prior to the start of the Iran conflict. This tells me that inflation is not spreading out beyond energy, beyond gasoline prices. Good.
I mean, that is some of the best news out there. Do we have Jay Young back? We got you on here, Jay. Okay, Jay is back.
Yeah, hey, there you are.
Jay, I tell you why I had you on today. Okay, the record profits of Exxon of the U.S. oil companies, ExxonMobil, Chevron, second quarter, middle of the Iran conflict, record profits, Jay, never been seen before in a quarter. For instance, Exxon, 12 times the money they made in the same quarter a year ago where there was no Iran conflict. Chevron, greatest profit quarter they've had in the history of the company. Why are they making record profits when we're getting shafted at the pump, gas prices are up, and U.S. oil companies are getting record profits? Tell me how that's not price gouging, Jay Young.
Great. Thanks, John. Appreciate you having me on again. And I promise I do wear suits. I just on the today I'm on a charity golf tournament with a bunch of groups up here in Nebraska. So pardon that.
Nope,
but anyway,
no worries. All good.
Why do companies make record profits? And are they? And I'll tell you, oil and gas companies like ours, John. I mean, we don't set the price of oil and gas. All we do is accept the check. So we produce oil around the country, and we have trucks go pick it up, or it comes down a pipeline, and at the end of the month, they just pay us, and that's it. We don't go, okay, yeah, no, we're not in the bidding process on the oil that we sell. All we do is just accept the price that the distributor or the purchaser pays us. So at the end of the day, it's like, yep, hey, $80 this month, or your check's for $80, and we don't say, oh no. We want 75. We don't want John Fredericks talked about us on his show about all these record profits. We want less money. We don't have anything to do with that, and which is a good thing.
I'm not accusing your company of it because I understand the position you guys are in. I'm saying you're sitting there on the board of directors or a COO of ExxonMobil. How on God's green earth, with a conflict in Iran and gas prices at the pump jacked up right up your butt, how do you make record profits never been seen before on the quarter that we have this Iranian conflict and everybody's paying $4 and $4.50 in gas? How do you make those record profits this quarter? How does that happen? Gouging, gouging at the pump. That's what you did. You took advantage, allegedly. This is my rant, and then I'll get you to comment. You took advantage of the conflict. You got everybody to jack prices up. They made a fortune. You made a fortune. Workers paid for it through the nose, out the butt, hurt their families, and you make record profits. You're a bunch of scumbags. Comment.
Yeah, if it had a lot to do with oil and gas companies and what happened there, yeah, we're just in the way of higher prices and the price that goes from the purchaser all the way down the line. Now, gas stations and midstream and the companies that are making money there, there could be some price gouge. You could have higher gasoline prices, but they're paying more. The gasoline company.
Okay, but how do you make record profit? Jay, you're not making sense. How do you make somebody? I'm asking for somebody in the country to answer this question. I asked it to the president of the Oval Office, and he agreed with me. Somebody tell me how in the middle of a war where gas prices go up $1, they went up 50 cents in like 3 days, which had nothing to do with the retail price of oil coming to these gas stations. Mm-hmm. How do you make record profits and then prices go higher and you blame the conflict? Here's how you do it, because it's fake, because you leveraged our misfortune. You leveraged what the president did. You got away with jacking it up, jacking these prices up. You got prime dollar. People paid it. They passed it up, and now you gouged us and make record profits. Look, if there's a hurricane or a storm, and you got a gas station on the interstate where people are trying to get out of there for their lives, and gas is average $3.50, and that gas station on the interstate jacks it up to $7, they go to jail, okay? They get prosecuted. These guys are making record profits. It's like, oh, well, there's Iran conflict, and we're doing the best we can. No, you gouged us, Jay. Not you personally, and I understand the company you're in, but this is a sore subject here. Nobody will tackle it. They stole this money from us, and like President Trump said, they should refund it back.
It'd be easy to. I know it's easy to blame somebody, and of course, Trump and his situation right now is trying to do that because he doesn't want a Democratic Congress, and he wants as many Democrats wants as many Republicans and to go vote, and doesn't want Democrats to not. He doesn't want them to vote, obviously, so he can win, the midterms. But also, too, remember when oil prices went to zero? Matter of fact, they were minus back a few years ago, and we were having to pay to haul oil off the lease or pay to haul gasoline up. So, I mean, the price goes both ways, up and down. And I understand right now, with the books and the way it looks like in the Exxons of the world and ConocoPhillips, Chevron, these guys are making a lot of money right now. They are making a lot because of the price. They did not expect the price to go up as much as they did. They made some, they've been drilling wells. Our production in the United States is at record highs right now. We're producing over 13 million barrels a day. It's continuing to go up. Longer laterals, bigger frac jobs. I mean, this thing is going crazy on production. We're producing a lot of oil.
We're getting all this supply. Okay, here's what I learned in the 8th grade. 8th grade, not even high school. 8th grade. Supply and demand equals price, right? There's this supply and demand curve. 8th grade civics class, right? So supply goes up, price goes down. That's the demand curve. If the demand stays the same, which it is, demand stays the same and the price and the supply goes up, price goes down. Why do we have increase in supply same demand, and the price goes up. That defies the supply-demand price curve that we learned in the 8th grade.
Good thought. And the big reason it's a global oil price. Oil prices are based on global prices, not just the United States. And that's one of our problems is we're producing a tremendous amount of oil here in the United States, but we're still not energy independent. We still need 20 million barrels a day in the United States. We're only producing 13, so we still need to get 7 million barrels elsewhere. So we're getting it from Canada and Mexico and a few other small places. But right now,
so Canada and Mexico have nothing to do with the Strait of Hormuz.
Right.
I mean, no matter what you say, it gets back to the fact that we got gouged. Okay, you got a 7 million barrel a day. Is it a day? Seven
a day, yes. 7 million barrels a day.
You got a 7 million a day gap. I got 2 questions, Jay, and I don't mean to be I don't mean to be assertive here, but I'm really pissed. Okay, we got, and I'm a populist, so that's kind of where I come from here. And I don't like big companies, and I don't like to be gouged. And that's what's going on. So we got a 7 million barrel gap a day. Question 1: how long will it take for us to close that gap here in the States?
How long will it? Oh, well, I mean, I don't know if it'll ever be done. I mean, unless demand goes way down. But we're needing more oil right now in the United States than we ever have. So
that's not my question. Is the U.S. production capacity there to ever close that 7 million barrel a day gap? Do we have the capacity to do that?
No.
So we're always going to be importing 7 million barrels a day. Okay,
right.
so if we're getting
if not more than that.
We're getting it from Canada and Mexico, what on earth does global oil prices in France have to do with our prices in Peoria, Illinois?
And I'm sure Trump is as pissed as you are about that, John. I mean, because it is. It's like we have 20 million barrels a day, and the Strait of Hormuz is getting shut down. And why does it have to do with my gas pump when I go to the gas? And you're exactly right. But oil is a world. It's set on world price, where natural gas is on the United States price. So it's just different. And I don't know why that is. And if it's OPEC, and it's probably the OPEC regions have something to do with the setting of oil prices. But oil prices just set on world prices. And if you have shortages somewhere, which you have right now with the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, all these different places that are doing right now, you're seeing shortages, and prices are moving higher. I'm really surprised, based on my knowledge and me following this, fourth generation, so forth. I've been following oil and gas all my life, that oil prices aren't a lot higher. I think they should be a lot higher, which means your oil and gas companies would be making a lot more money. But I'm surprised because of the supply disruption around the world, and because we still send our oil that we produce in the United States. We still send our oil in the United States overseas to go through refineries and sent back.
Why can't we build those refineries here, Jay? Aren't you in that business?
Yeah, well, I mean, we could. They're 25 billion, 30 billion. We need about, I think, 10 or 12 or so. I mean, it's just, and regulations, trying to get regulations through Congress and through everybody else. I mean, if we could increase I'm not going to say Biden, it had the right idea or Obama, but if we could, decrease our dependence on oil around it's like Landman, right? We talked about Landman last time I was on the show. Yeah, Landman. I mean, Billy Bob Thornton says, hey, you don't like high oil prices, then ride your horse to work. You don't need to use all this oil that we are in cars and trucks and trees and all the wheels. It's like there's 42% of a barrel of oil is gasoline, 30% jet fuels and commercial freight. The rest is plastics and all the other things that go along with it. our demand for oil has not hit the peak. Peak oil demand is not there yet. We're not at peak oil demand. I don't know if we'll ever be at peak oil demand in my lifetime. But until then, and until the population increases and we need more oil, we're going to have a problem, and we're going to be paying more money. And we need, and there's just so many different moving parts on Exxon or ConocoPhillips on drilling costs, because it costs, $20 million, $25 million every time they drill a well. And
well, whatever the hell they're doing, they're getting record profits. So look, I'm not against record profits, but I am against them when people are getting gouged trying to go on vacation and they can't afford a family trip because they're getting these gas prices shoved up their butt. That's what I'm pissed about. And we have no accounting for it. We have no reconciliation of it. We have nothing. And it's just like, okay, well, they made money. They made a ton of money. Look, if they made 10% more or 20%, record profits, recorded history in the second quarter. Wait, what? Right. The only change was gas prices went up dramatically. That's the only change. Everything else is the same. So who paid for those record profits? Schmucks like us. The schmucks paid for it. And we're sick of it. Jay, thanks for being with us. I got to go. People want to follow you.
Thanks, John.
People want to follow you. Go back to your golf tournament, babe. People want to follow you. Where they go?
Thank you, KingOperating.com. I've got a book out called Upside of Oil and Gas Investing. Upside of Oil and Gas Investing. Forbes. Go to KingOperating.com. KingOperating.com. Ask me a question about Landman. I'm an open book, John, and I love answering questions about it. That's how I grew up. So call me. And
that lady lawyer annoys me. She's an annoying character.
Yeah, but you like Allie Lauder, though.
Yeah, and I like. I kind of like the wife of the deceased guy, the big actress. I kind of like her to a certain extent. But
Demi Moore. Demi Moore.
Yeah. I like Demi Moore. I like that character, and I like the guy that is playing her. Playing her soap opera husband there, kind of. But he's put on a lot of weight, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
Yeah, but I like him too. But I don't like the lady lawyer. And I don't like who treats their CPA guy. That's not nice.
Oh, yeah.
That's my take.
Yeah.
All right, dude, I got to go. Jay Young,
I agree.
All I know is we're getting gouged, dude. And I don't like it. John Fredericks Media Network, DC Dispatch next.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pier 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA for 20% off.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to...
This is WJFN Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFB Portsmouth, part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. On the heels of yesterday's report on consumer prices in July, this morning another indication that inflation is easing. The Labor Department reports that the rise in producer prices at the wholesale level, slowed last month, rising 4.7% in July from a year ago. That is down from a much larger 5.5% increase in June. It is a kind of story that's become more commonplace in recent years in Northern California. An illegal alien with a lengthy rap sheet and just released from jail, under arrest for allegedly killing a man in Martinez.
California's sanctuary city policies under scrutiny as an illegal alien with a long criminal history under arrest again, this time for stabbing a 68-year-old man to death. Court records show a California judge released the illegal the day before the murder. The gruesome crime, which took place in a neighborhood, caught on camera. The Department of Homeland Security posting on its X page, the California governor must not release this murderer from jail and turn him over to us so we can remove him from our nation. Laura Winters reporting.
Apparently there's big money, taxpayer dollars, in representing unaccompanied children in the country illegally.
Migrant children detained after entering the U.S. without their parents are usually entrusted to federal government care. And Congress has created various legal protections for them, including a 2008 law requiring the government to provide legal representation in deportation proceedings. Now, one law firm tapped to receive a $150 million federal contract has dropped out, while another firm, One Rescue, has been awarded a contract worth up to $244 million. Its founder resigned in 2023 amid allegations of misconduct. I'm Ben Thomas.
On Wall Street, ahead of this morning's opening bell, the Dow futures are up 172 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
When it comes to our cars, those infotainment screens, turbos, advanced transmissions, and cameras are all great until they fail. And if your car is out of warranty, repairing them can cost thousands. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, make sure you're covered for auto repair bills with an auto protection plan from Endurance. They've paid out hundreds of millions in claims and helped drivers with plans that cover engine, drivetrain, electrical system, transmission, and more. Endurance gives you straightforward claims processing and direct payment to your certified mechanic. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. When your check engine light comes on, don't ignore it because you're worried about a big auto repair bill. Call Endurance and choose the plan that's right for you. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
For your free quote, call 800-292-8705. 800-292-8705. 800-292-8705.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
A courageous voice of dissent is raised inside Russia.
In Russia, publicly criticizing the war and the authorities carries a risk. But Nobel laureate Dmitry Muratov continues to speak out. I asked him how far he thought Vladimir Putin was prepared to go to secure victory in Ukraine.
Победы уже никогда не будет.
There will never be victory, Dmitry Muratov told me. There cannot be victory when two Slavic nations have ripped 1 million people to shreds. Russia, he added, could destroy Ukraine, but not conquer it.
The BBC's Steve Rosenberg in Moscow. President Zelensky says Ukrainian missiles and drones targeted Russia's naval base on the Black Sea coast in a nighttime operation. The attack struck air defenses and port infrastructure. Russian officials report hundreds of Ukrainian drones attacked various locations, with air defenses downing more than 500 of them. News and analysis, townhall.com. An acknowledgement of civilian casualties in strikes on terrorist targets in Yemen.
In an unclassified assessment sent to Congress, the Pentagon says U.S. airstrikes targeting Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen last year killed more than 150 civilians. The review focused on 3 strikes in April 2025. At the time, the Houthis had been attacking commercial ships in the Red Sea. Civilian casualties from U.S. military operations have been drawing concern, particularly after a U.S. missile struck an Iranian primary school in the opening days of the Iran war, killing up to 168 people. Ben Thomas, Washington.
Lawyers for Tyler Robinson, charged with killing Charlie Kirk, argue against a death penalty for Robinson. The defense says he should not be subject to a death sentence because the gunman, quote, hit the intended target. No one else was endangered. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pier 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. I was a crew member of a sailboat racing team. I should tell you that I never really developed sea legs, so my contributions to the team left a little to be desired. As I recall, on one racing day, the captain put me at the helm. He must have been desperate. During the race, a strong gust of wind came up suddenly. The boat heeled dramatically. I panicked and let go of the helm for fear of being tossed overboard and lost at sea forever. Thank the Lord for the keel, a heavy fin at the bottom of the boat that rights the boat during heavy winds. It remains unseen under the water, but it is a powerful stabilizer during the rough weather. You know, the Lord is like a keel in life. If we turn to Him, especially during turbulent times, He will always guide us to safety. He provides us with stability during rough times in our life if we reach out to Him and ask for help. Run to the Lord in prayer and trust that He will lead you to calmer waters. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who says, "Do I look like I have a plan?" John Fredericks.
So I've been into Washington 3 times in the last few months, and it used to be homeless everywhere, scary at night, and we had no fear. There were no homeless. We were out at night walking. You changed everything, but the media
Well, we moved
won't tell
5,000 people out. So remember, we had career criminals and hardened criminals and people that were allowed into our country by Biden. And, you know, the open border disaster where anybody, they didn't do any check. They didn't do anything having to do with, let me see your papers. Just people coming in from all over the world, from the Congo, from South America, from all over the world. They were pouring in, just totally unchecked, unvetted. And we removed in Washington, as an example, almost 5,000 career criminals or bad people. Let's say bad people, but many career criminals, many murderers. And some of them were so bad we had to put them in jails because we thought they'd come back. So we did that. And, you know, and you've heard me say this, 2% of the people cause 91% of the crime.
Right.
And when you hear that, it's a great stat for us because we can handle 2%. Now, if it was 90% caused 90%, we have a problem, right? But 2%, we got rid of the really bad ones of career criminals and murderers and took them off the streets. And then I have to listen to how, I guess he's basically saying I probably had no impact on it. And the other thing, it's a clean city. It's beautiful. The monuments are beautiful. They're sparkling. You know, we turned on 38 fountains that were turned off for years, for decades. They were graffiti-ridden, weeds growing into them, and they're all operating now. It's been an amazing miracle. We're changing the grass in the parks. You know, people laugh, oh, he's changing the grass like that's a big deal. It's a big deal. The grass, grass has lives just like people have lives. And this grass has been there for like 50, 60 years. And we're doing a job. This place looks so beautiful. I did it in Memphis too, by the way. You know, the people living in Memphis will tell you, you go there. And I did it in New Orleans. I got a call from Jeff Landry, a great governor, and he said, we need help. And I did it in New Orleans. New Orleans is down 50, 60% already. Memphis is down more than that. And if they called me in Chicago, I'd do it there, and I'd do it in New York and Los Angeles very easily. But we have.
All right, there he is, President Donald J. Trump talking about Washington, D.C., and that means you're on D.C. Dispatch. I'm John Fredericks. Great to have you with us. We've got our panel right here. I'm going to go right to left. The one and only Terry Gilberg is with us. Terry, thanks for joining us as always. Very savvy veteran media star, Salem Radio and Clear Channel TV network. Also, Maria Pickering with us. Maria, longtime activist in Washington, D.C., Republican, Zoom queen when she ran for city council during COVID, at large, one of the best campaigns ever. Just a great young lady. It's good to have her. And we've also got with us Christina Goodlander. And of course, Christina is the vice chair of the D.C. GOP. And that is not an oxymoron. It's good to have you guys with us today. You just heard I want to get right into this. You just heard the president. That was my friend Wayne Allen Root. And happy that he I said, just mention D.C. and he'll go off for 10 minutes, which he did. But I thought it was fabulous what he said about how clean the city is. And this is all over. The National Guard extended it's been a 1-year anniversary. You've got the naysayers out there banging pots and pans and get them out and free D.C. We're under military occupation. And the crime statistics, Terry, have plummeted. In every single category. Mm-hmm. Plus, the city is more beautiful. It's cleaner. Everything your quality of life is better. And yet the city council and the new mayor wants to change it, go back to the squalor and filth and crime it was. Give us some of the facts here, Terry Gilbert.
You bet. All right. Overall crime, let me just start with that. Overall crime is down overall 21%. And that includes homicide, sex abuse, assault with a dangerous weapon, robbery, violent crime, burglary, motor vehicle theft from other autos or or other ways. Arson is down, and property crime is way down. All right, let's just think about this for a minute. If it's overall 21%, what are the highlights of all of that? Well, homicide down 33%. That's huge, John. That's huge, Maria. That is really huge. Last year, 100 homicides, 2025. This year, so far, only 66. Sex abuse is down. Assault with a dangerous weapon. Robbery is down. Robbery is down 14%. We'd like to see it down a little bit more, but it's not quite where we want it. But nevertheless, 14%. Last year, 906. Right now, 780. This is the big one. Motor vehicle theft. 54% down.
That was the carjacking.
That's the carjacking.
Which was an epidemic.
Huge. That was an epidemic. Last year, 2931. Now we have 1391. So, and then theft from auto, 37% down. These are great statistics. The year isn't over, but nevertheless, we are on a good downward trajectory. Don't you think, Maria?
Well, I think so, but you wouldn't know this to read the press. And I have in my hands here an article from Tuesday's Washington Times, which used to be the conservative newspaper around here. The headline is, District grapples with a National Guard deployment extended until 2029. What do you mean grapples? Crime, as you just said, is down in a number of areas all over town.
Right.
And yet the reporting from the press, and again, this article, byline, Mr. Gary Fields, well, my recommendation to Mr. Fields is let's talk to all sides of the spectrum. He does not include any commentary from conservative voices. He quotes one of our far left council members from Ward 1 who says, the fact that we still have the National Guard walking our streets a year later with no end in sight is really demoralizing. Excuse me.
Demoralizing
to whom? Exactly. Exactly. Demoralizing to crooks and people who would want to, carjack your car, or rob you in the metro or on the street. It's not demoralizing to citizens who live here like me. Every time I see a group of National Guard members, I make it a point to walk up to them and say, thank you for being here.
You know
And
what I've
they
started
seem
to say?
appreciate
Thank you
that.
for your service.
Yes.
Just like I would say to a military guy getting off an airplane. Because they're in fatigues. Why don't we say that?
Yes.
The papers don't. We should.
I thank them. I give them a double thumbs up. They smile at me. I think they appreciate hearing from people who are here that, they are here and on the job and
That's
making
right.
our city safer. And, so no, I disagree with the Washington Times and our council member from Ward 1.
fact that
Hardly
what
demoralizing.
Maria just said, like that the councilman that said it's been a year, it's demoralizing. I mean, you asked the question, demoralizing to who? The criminals.
Exactly.
Like, it's certainly not demoralizing to me, my wife, my family, that we're safer and we feel better and it's cleaner. Who is this demoralizing to? It's incredible that they would even say this. Look, Maria, do you feel safer?
I do when I see
You
the
live here
National
and
Guard.
you're
I live
alone.
here.
I don't want to put that out there, but
Well,
and you single guys out there, 1-800 Maria. I'm just saying.
Listen,
1-800 Zoom.
I've lived here since the glorious economy of the Carter administration, and I go all over town. I have friends all over town. I go to activities. We have a wonderful town. There's so much to see and do here. So I'm out and about, and I take Metro to lots of places. I drive places. So I'm out in the community, and I try to keep kind of tabs on what's going on. And I like it when I see all our beautiful fountains and monuments restored, and when I feel relatively safe, when we have National Guard presence in the metro or on the streets in some of what used to be our high crime neighborhoods, like down by the Washington Navy Yard. That's a great neighborhood. It's really turned around here in the last 20 years. And it's appalling that we have had serious crime there. We've had carjackings, we've had, attacks on people, assault, and so
I
forth.
remember Congress carjacked a Navy Yard in 2023.
Go ahead, Christine. I got to check my audio. Go ahead.
Oh, No, I 100% agree with everything Mario just said, that there's been a real turnaround. But I hate to, and another thing too is that a lot of crime isn't necessarily captured in the statistics, because a lot of property crimes, robberies, things like that don't even get reported to the police. And those are all, from everything that I'm hearing in the community, that's down. Like, the vibes are a lot better on that front, because there's just more of a presence and there's more of a deterrent to those types of crimes. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We're not actually out of the woods yet, because the National Guard is a great assist, but what we really need is to invest in our local police department. And on Friday, the head of the police union was on a local media show, and he said that we're still in a crisis in terms of the number of officers that we have, that they're still losing net 100 officers per year, because there are more officers who are retiring and leaving rather than being hired. Mm-hmm. And that is 100% the result of our far left local government, because people still are a little bit hesitant to join our MPD because they feel that the city council doesn't have their back.
Yeah, and they feel that eventually if there's a change in the administration, they're going to go back to selling them out and putting criminals back on the street. Mm-hmm. And so there's no incentive to come here other than the bonuses that they're offering. But,
that's why we have our work to do.
You just got to ask the question of the whole panel. Like, I don't understand where the Democrats and the voters in the city are going with this. I mean, your life after 18 months here as a resident, your life is dramatically better on every single front.
That is true.
What is the problem? Like, why do they hate a better life, cleaner fountains, cleaner statues, beautiful streets, no graffiti, bridges fixed, the tent's gone, safer, and no filth? Like, why do they hate this? I cannot figure it out.
And to President Trump's point, cut grass. I like cut grass. Do you like cut grass?
Yeah, I like cut grass.
I like cut grass, and then you can see the rats, right? and the rats are diminished because we got rat birth control, which is great. Look, it's all about, if you build it, they will come. People are coming. People did enjoy the 4th of July. There's more improvements that are coming down the pike. I'm looking at the metro, for example, John. There is many, many metros that are being redone in terms of, let's look at this and let's look at that. Let's look at this, give this a facelift, maybe a new set of stairs, et cetera, et cetera. These are things that are improvements for everybody.
Quality of life.
Quality of life. And to get a facelift, who doesn't want a facelift? I'd love a facelift. Would you like a facelift? The city has a facelift. There is one thing I would add, though. One thing. And if anybody, anybody, Christina, if you have the president's ear, ask him if he could get some trees trimmed. And the reason I say that is because there's a lot of signage in Washington, D.C. And some of the street signs are really tiny. It'll say Vermont Avenue in a little green sign. Tourists can't see these things. The trees are a little overgrown.
That's a good point.
I would like trees trimmed. It adds to the beauty. You can actually see signage. Don't park here. There's a one-way. Here's Vermont Avenue. And there's the roundabouts in downtown DC. It's kind of hard to get around when you can't see where you're going, especially for tourists. So one thing I would add to the beautification, John, is let's trim some trees.
I just don't understand what the council is doing here. And I mean, first of all, I'm ecstatic that the National Guard is here through 29.
I am too.
Because this is where I live. I mean, I'm ecstatic. And then they're whining about, well, it's $1.4 billion. Okay, first of all, it doesn't come out of any of the city funding. So this is a federal expense. Right. Second of all, you look at the money that there's $100 billion in fraud in like 3 states alone. And you're worrying about $1.4 billion in the nation's capital? I mean, where are your priorities? These people are insane, but the voters, I mean, the voter, I don't know why would you vote to go back to living in filth, squalor, crime, and you can't go down the street? Why would you vote to go back to that, Christina? This is what I can't grasp.
I mean, look, John, we need to provide a real alternative for DC voters. We need to make the DC Republican Party capable of winning general elections. We need to actually bring the fight, because the reality right now is that the Democratic Party brand is very strong in DC. But that is something that can change, because if you look at a lot of states, over the last 20 years, politics do shift. Politics can change. It takes a concerted effort, and it takes people who believe, who really get things started. And it takes a lot of effort, but we can make change in DC. We can change the narrative, but we have to do the work.
I mean, to Goodlander's point, one of the problems is, other than this show, we have no counterbalance to what the Democrats are saying.
Well, exactly.
We have no counter to
This
this.
article is proof positive here. Why did Mr. Fields not go to anybody in the DC GOP?
Because it doesn't exist.
And why did he not try to get an alternative message? And Christina, you're right. We need to present a strong alternative message and let people know that they do have a choice. I mean, squalor is a choice. High crime is a choice. And people choose that when they go into the polling place and vote for the same corrupt one-party monopoly that has mismanaged the city for the last half century. It's time for people in DC to wake up and realize that there are alternatives, and we need to start articulating that message, and we need to start fielding some strong candidates who can perform on behalf of the voters instead of their own corrupt clique.
On that piece of paper, it said DC grapples with the extension of the National Guard.
Grapples with
what
National
does that mean,
Guard
grapples? I'm
deployment,
not grappling.
please.
Are
I'm
you
not grappling.
Are you,
I'm
what does
cheering
that
them
mean,
on.
grappling?
We're cheering for it, but what it means for the free DC people is that they show up in front of the courthouse in their blow-up pink frog suits and they bang on their pots and pans. It's a farce.
It's a total farce.
Is that grappling?
I don't know. I mean,
is this grappling?
The person that I'm running against for commissioner in my district in the second ward, basically what she gets, I mean, there's nothing getting done other than she bangs on a pot and pan every day, ideologically wanting to get rid of the National Guard. You know, meantime, you're sitting there in your gated community. I mean, I got to go out. My wife has got to go out, walk the streets here, go shopping, go here, there. In other words, go to the metro. I mean, what is the point of this? Why would you be but I love that. Grappling with what?
Yeah,
what are you grappling
with?
That's my point.
Should I be safe or not safe? Should I allow my car to be hijacked while I'm while I'm in the CVS or not? I mean, what I'm grappling with, should I be upset if one of my family members got sexually assaulted or not? The hell are you grappling with?
I am grappling with that newspaper article.
Well,
That's what I'm grappling with. I'm grappling with that title.
And I am disappointed because the Washington Times has the reputation of being the conservative newspaper here. And this article says, well, where
he's a syndicated columnist, so he's not part of the Times.
Maybe he's grappling, John.
He's grappling.
Well, he must be grappling because the Times usually presents a more conservative opinion, and it's just, to me, very distressing to see this kind of one-sided reporting going on. But this is what President Trump keeps calling out as the fake media, the fake news. They do not present other sides of the story. So, John, I want to thank you for presenting a forum where conservative voices can get out to your audience and can get out.
And we're getting bigger. I mean, the show's getting out there. It's the only alternative. Everything else here is super left wing. This is all we've got. And but to Goodlander's point, Christina Goodlander's point earlier, which I agree with, and you all said it, the purpose of the party is to give an alternative narrative.
Yes.
And to lay it out.
Yes.
And to have press conferences and be on the news and be the source. I mean, that is the purpose of your Republican Party, whether it's a state or a city. And, we have a Republican Party here that has no presence, no message. It is void and vacuous. And you know what? I'm starting to believe Goodlander, who said to me when I first met her, she said, my theory is that the people that are leading the DC GOP or person, they just want to get along with the Democrats. They just want to they don't want to make waves. They want to get along. They get invited to their suite. They get invited to the Washington commander suite or the,
that's what it seems.
It seems like that.
It's
I mean, I have no proof of that.
It seems to me,
but
it's
there's
all
no fight.
bark and no bite.
Well, there's not even a bark.
There's not even a bark.
I wish we had a bark.
I stand corrected.
There's
no
silence. It's almost like collaboration.
Yeah, and
it's like collaboration.
Yes.
And concessions.
Yeah, concessions so we can get 9% of the vote instead of 7.
And absolutely. And while we don't want to, violate President Reagan's 11th commandment, you sometimes have to wonder whose side these people are on, because with all these opportunities, with President Trump in office, cleaning up our city, President Trump was elected by a majority of the American people. We are the capital of the United States. There is a missed opportunity in not aligning our local party more closely with a winning administration, an administration that is really doing good for working people across America. I mean, President Trump is the people's president. He really is. He gets it. He understands working people. He still talks like the guys on the construction site, which is why we love him. He totally gets everyday Americans. And I'm personally disappointed that our party leadership has not ridden his coattails to better advantage and to getting some qualified candidates running, for local offices.
Greatest thing that ever happened to this city is President Trump. Go ahead.
That's right. I was going to make this point. I don't know her, but I was listening to a podcast with the executive director of the GOP, DC GOP, and her name is Carolina, and she made a point. It was midway through the podcast. She made a point, and I'm paraphrasing now, that one Republican on the DC City Council means a better democratic governing body. In other words, you put one Republican on there, they will have concessions to the body politic of the Democrats in DC. They're not going to make any waves. She actually said that. And I thought, that is so odd. Getting even one Republican on the city council, they'll get squishy. They'll get into some kind of a compromise. They won't fight for Republican values. And here is the executive director of the DC GOP saying this. It sounds like she's weak, totally weak. I mean, what are we doing here? Now, I don't know her personally, but why would she say that? Why wouldn't she say, get a Republican on the city council, get a Republican mayor. They're going to make changes. It's going to be changes for the better. And here's how: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Instead, and I'm paraphrasing, but I wrote it down. One Republican on the city council means a better democratic governing body.
What do you have to say to that, Goodlander?
I wholeheartedly disagree with that. Look, I would love to see the day where we have a Republican majority on the DC council, where we have a Republican mayor. I believe it is possible, but that's a couple cycles off. But what we could do with one Republican is that council member could hold hearings. They could conduct investigations. They would have a substantial amount of resources at their disposal, and also kind of the legitimacy of having been elected. They would have that small d democratic mandate to really hold our local government accountable. They could call witnesses, and there's quite a lot that you can actually do to make real change, even if we only have to start with one member of the council.
You're right.
Well, that's my
Christina.
point. You make my point, Christina. The point is not just bow out and get squishy and let them lead the parade. The point is get in there and make change for the better, tack right, instead of just kind of folding and, okay, the Democrats can have their leftist point of view and we'll just go along to get along.
Well,
we can work across the aisle where it makes sense. We can work across the aisle where it will result in better policy. And we can also be an opposition party when that's the appropriate path to take.
I think what Terry is saying is, if the leadership of the party is saying, our goal is to compromise and give concessions, what's the point of the party? I think that's what you're saying, right?
Exactly. That is the
What's the
overall
point?
In fact, if a Republican actually gets in and tries to make change, this is the executive director. And again, I don't know her, but I was astonished to hear it from her. One Republican in the city council means a better democratic, operative word, democratic governing body. Huh?
And she meant big D, not small d. I watched that podcast.
And?
What I'm saying is she meant like a better version of the Democratic Party's policy, not like a better small
Yeah,
D.
democracy.
That's not how it came across to me.
Yeah, no. What
That's
she's
not how
saying
it
is big D, not small, which is the way it came across.
Yeah.
You're actually agreeing with each other.
Yes. Well, I
Yes,
get it now.
100%. Yeah.
And Christina, you're absolutely correct in that one person can make a difference. We have had Republicans on the city council in the past, and they have been active in various committees, and they can make a change, and they can work to affect change and provide diversity of opinion. And when I ran for city council, which was now 6 years ago, my platform was to provide some different ways of thinking and not go along to get along, and to do some good for the citizens of and one person can make a change. That's
One man with courage makes a majority, and right now we don't have that in the DC GOP. We have no courage because they don't want to do anything. And to me, getting a Republican on city council is to be the voice of reason and to change the narrative and be in front of the media every single time they have a meeting and calling them out and trying to appeal to voters like there is a better way of living your life in DC than they're offering. And that's what's driving me bananas.
That's leadership.
That's leadership.
That's leadership.
We don't have any.
And we have an opportunity right now, as much as I hate to say that the terrible results of the Democratic Party's primary and all of that is an opportunity. It is, because the DSA really is out of step with DC voters. If you look at what their national platform is, if you look at what their leadership is calling for, these are things that DC Democrats don't necessarily like. Even just on foreign policy, obviously Republicans might have different, within our party, we have different opinions about the geopolitics of Eastern Europe. But the DSA has said that America should cut off all funding for Ukraine. But you walk around any neighborhood in DC and you see Ukraine flags on 1 in 3 houses. Like, the DSA is out of step with Washington, D.C. voters and Washington, D.C. Democrats themselves. So we have an opportunity to be an alternative.
This reminds me of on CNN. Do you know the pundit Scott Jennings, who appears on CNN?
Yeah.
He's the lone voice for the right,
right?
But he's always there pushing as a leader, conservative values, pro-God, pro-family, pro-community, pro-police, everything that conservatives represent. And he gets a lot of media attention because he continues to lead and spout off what the Republicans are all about. It reminds me very much of this. And if we can get a Scott Jennings on DC City Council, hint, hint, John, hint, hint, that would be a real plus, rather than making these constant concessions as if it's a fait accompli that DC is constantly going to be Democratic.
To get on the media and then basically say, if we had a Republican, we would just do a little bit and we get 9% instead of 7%. That's basically what that message was. The way I looked at it, it's like, what? Who's inspired to do that?
What the heck?
I want change. In order to get change, you got to give people a vision of leadership, and that's what we're not getting. But I tell you who is getting it, and that's Lindsay Rowland, and she's got another event coming up with America First DC, or DC America First. I can't wait. Dan, you got that graphic to put up? Because I'm fired up. You got that? Here it is right here. And I want to thank Lindsay Rowland. She's got a meet and greet, the DC America First Club. Oh, I like that logo you got there, Lindsay. You meet and greet with Sam Gallucci, Republican, California 26, only $50. That's September 15th at 6 p.m. September 15th at 6 p.m. Sounds like a Monday. This is at the Capitol Hill Club. Ooh, can I go there? Patrick Mara threw me out. Can I still go, Lindsay? Do I have to get permission?
You can go, John. You're fine.
Oh no, they threw me out of this.
Just walk in.
Mara threw me out.
And don't pay the $50.
No, I'm going to pay the $50. I would never screw Lindsay. I'm doing that. I'm paying the $50.
Just walk in.
Ann and I will pay $100. But Patrick Mara threw me out of the Capitol Hill Club, and they said no media. They said can't have media there, so he threw me out. Even though media is supposed to be reporting on this stuff, you can't make this stuff up. But I tell you what, Lindsay, I'm going. Ann's going. September 15th, $50, Capitol Hill Club. And I don't know where's that website here? Do you have that, Christina, for people to go? Because they obviously can't get to it. Just go to DC America First Club, DC America First Club, and you're good to go. And thank you for that. Can't wait to do that. Okay. That's going to be fun. And I guess Ann and I will just go crash it. Is that what you think?
It's not crashing. You can attend.
Just wear dark glasses and walk in like you own the place.
Do I have one of those?
Little mustache.
Yeah,
dark
the glasses with the mustache.
Little
Maybe
fedora
I should
hat.
do that. What do you think, Ryan? Yeah, I should do that with a hat, right?
Oh yeah.
Maybe put a.
Invite President Trump to come with you and just walk in.
No, I'll put on a hat. Nobody will recognize me, right? I'll put on like an LA Dodgers hat, which, I'll put on a Yankees hat. Nobody will suspect that I would do that. That's what I'll do. I'll walk right in.
You're always welcome, John. You're always welcome. Exactly.
Oh, yeah, right. Hey, a couple of announcements to make, and then we'll get to some other things here. DC Dispatch. Don't forget, today, 6 to 7 p.m., our new show. It launched a week ago. Game on America Sports. Game on America Sports with the one and only Frank Zaccanelli, former owner, president, GM, Dallas Mavericks, is the host of that show. And we can't wait to be on. I get to be on it today. So it's Thursday. We're doing college football, and we're doing the Big 12. So I got a courtesy invite. So I'm going to be on Game on America Sports today, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern, across the John Fredericks Media Network. Don't want to miss that. And for those of you that want my picks, just go to, you know where to go, GodzillaWins.com. That's GodzillaWins.com. And Dan, I'm pretty hot, as you know. So my picks come out about 5 o'clock at night. Baseball, I'm 18 for 25. No, 20 for the last 25. So I've won 20 out of 25 games. I'm on a heater. All you got to do is go to GodzillaWins.com. GodzillaWins.com. After 5 o'clock is when my picks get up. Let's talk more winners. GodzillaWins.com. All right. So we're excited about that. Let's talk about before we get to the before we get to Goodlander's challenge here to win this chairmanship. So breaking news last night. We were talking about this all day. The Department of Justice comes out with these indictments of these people that are getting paid to marry illegals up to $30,000 apiece. And it's been going on for 10 years. 10 years. And nobody, finally they get indictments. I mean, can you think about this, Terry? I want you to comment. I really do.
All right.
10 years.
10 years. Todd Blanche comes out. I think it was breaking news. I saw it as
Breaking news.
And good for him, because this makes him look really good. He just got in the job. 2016 to 2026, 1,000 sham marriages. Think about that. 1,000 sham marriages. And 11 people only were charged. That surprised me, John. Only 11. Let's start to go down the head of the snake. The top of the snake are 11 people. But as this thing unfolds, there will be more people indicted, I am sure. But the 11 were here to get green cards and to have permanent residency. What is so bad about this, in my humble opinion, is that the people that were indicted were already foreign nationals. Foreign nationals had been here. So imagine being a U.S. citizen, because it's like being a U.S. citizen, and you're working a scheme for 10 years, a fraudulent scheme to make money from allegedly the Beijing, the CCP, because that's where the money, if you follow the money, it eventually goes back to really rip off the United States. But you're a citizen already, so that more sham marriages can come. And the way they did it, it was very elaborate. It was a cottage industry. They used attorneys. They used tax preparers. They used officiants. They used fake photos, kissy, lovey. And all of this played. I mean, it landed very well for 10 years. 10 years. And what did they get out of it? $100,000. And if you were a person that could recruit, let's say I brought in Maria to recruit. Maria marries some illegal. Sorry, Maria. Some illegal. The person who finds Maria for the illegal, i.e. me, I'd make $5,000 right like that.
And what would they give Maria?
They'd probably give Maria $30,000.
So you get 5, Maria gets 30,000.
And the Chinese national gets about 100,000. That's at least the way it read to me. Now, it might be 100,000 per Chinese national who is developing and moving this scam forward. But there's a lot of money involved. In fact, Todd Blanche said it's a multi-million dollar cottage industry.
So what happens when you get married? I mean, you're legally married in the country. So what? I mean, you're not with each other, right? It's not a real marriage, fake marriage. So what do you get married, do your vows, fake photos, and then what? Then
the Chinese national goes and does nefarious activities in our country. Look, John, and look, Maria and Terry, these are not people who just want to come and have a better life and live the American dream. A lot of these people are Chinese intelligence operatives. They engage in what's called transnational repression. They've discovered illegal quasi-police stations in New York City where the Chinese government and its operatives are beating up dissidents and beating up people who criticize the Chinese Communist Party. It's evil. It needs to stop. So I'm glad to see that we're taking that first step by busting up this scam marriage ring.
Well, it's foreign infiltration.
Yeah.
These are our enemies who are coming in, infiltrating people and using this scam marriage to get citizenship, to get green cards, to worm their way into our society and pretend to be legal. And then, of course, the fake media can say, oh, we're going after American citizens. I'm sorry, these people are barely American citizens. They have their green card. They're married to an American. So
so what happens when they get
just
like, say the woman then doesn't want to be in the
No. That's already pre-done ahead of time, John, because here was the tell. They also had prenups. This is what Todd Blanche was trying to get across. So let's say you and I are getting married, and it's a sham marriage, but in the process, we sign a prenuptial agreement.
Which means nobody's just, you divorce and that's it.
You can divorce and there's no money that transpires. Or if you're rich and you have a big estate, I'm not entitled to that big estate, or vice versa. But the tell was, at least as I read the press release, the prenup. In other words, you get married, put the band on, have kissy, have flowers, etc., get the officiant, make it all look right. But there's a prenuptial agreement which separates it as soon as
the wedding's over.
As soon as the
ceremony's over, you go your separate ways.
As soon as you want it to be over, or your handler wants it to be over.
Your handler.
Mm-hmm. And the handlers, by the way, are all over the place. This was multi-million, and it went throughout the entire nation. It's based in New York, folks, but they were looking at indictments in San Francisco, in Boston, Denver, Dallas,
So
etc.
what woman would take $30,000? You'd have to be pretty desperate, right, to take $30,000 to marry somebody you don't even know. But it's not really a marriage.
U.S. citizens, money talks. And if you trace the money back, and I'm sure the Attorney General Blanche's attorneys are, and I believe there will be more indictments coming. How can you not have more indictments? It's only 11 indictments right now, Maria.
Oh, there've got to be
so
many more.
There's got to be more.
No, there's got to, because there was 1,000 of these. They said 1,000 marriages,
they said
100 a year.
Yeah, that's right.
That
and
we
this is
know
10
of.
years. But it's across the nation. And it's in little spots too, not just the major cities. This is a real problem.
And what are the Democrats saying? Yay?
I don't think they're saying anything yet.
Yeah. Well, they're going to say you're going after American citizens, but as Maria said.
That's right. Then they're going to say, like this guy in Maryland, Maryland dad. I'm sorry.
Maryland dad.
He was an illegal.
I can't believe you remember that, right? Maryland dad. The guy was trafficking children.
Exactly.
Maryland dad.
He was a wife beater.
Maryland.
He was a wife beater and a child trafficker. But Maryland dad.
He was a big
and what does Stony Hoyer go down and have crab cakes with him?
A Maryland dad, and so they turn this to where suddenly law-abiding citizens are the bad guys, and these no-goodniks are now virtuous saints. Are you kidding?
It would be Maryland dad grapples with his indictment.
Right, something like that.
Lions and tigers and bears.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about the Maryland dad. And the fake news said that for months.
For months.
The guy was a wife beater, like Christina
him,
said. He was a wife beater and a child sex.
A known member of a gang.
Yeah, gang member.
Maryland
I mean,
dad.
the list goes on and on. But oh, virtuous Maryland dad, and he's being oppressed by the evil people who want to deport him because he's a no goodnik, and we don't need people like
Oh
that
my
in the
goodness.
country.
Let's
for
get
goodness
to
sake.
we got somebody on hold that's been chomping at the bit here. Let's get to Adrian in Virginia. Adrian, you're on with DC Dispatch. Go ahead, Adrian.
He just left us.
Oh,
we just missed him. We just missed him. He was trying to get to the latest episode of Maryland Dad. You know, it's almost time for
Adrian,
Maryland Dad.
Call back. I missed you by you're on hold an hour. I missed you by six seconds, right? That means you need to go to Godzilla Wins tonight, follow my picks, or pick the lottery or do something Powerball, right? Anyway, come back if you want. But you guys have nailed it today. I mean, what is going on? There's no message. And the fake news basically is running the city along with the far left. And, you know, you talk about these city council candidates coming in. I mean, DSA, crazy.
They're cuckoo left-wingers, and we've talked about this before. The fault is squarely at the doors of our schools and our colleges. Our schools are no longer teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic. They're teaching all this woke nonsense. You're learning that there are a bazillion genders, but you can't write, you can't read, write, and do math at grade level. Excuse me, we need to have people who are competent citizens, who know their language, who can be competent when they move on, whether it's through their education journey or into the job market, and be productive citizens. And the colleges and universities have been, co-opted by woke leftists for generations. I mean, when I was in school, this is when it all started. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Western Civ has got to go. And, it's been downhill from there because people don't know their history. They don't know about the things that make this country great. As we've talked about before, our public museums have been watered down and dumbed down to where you don't really learn about how wonderful the country is by going into the Smithsonian. You learn, evil, oppressors, slave owners. Tell the truth, okay? Put things in context. So, there's plenty of blame to go around. But again, thank you for providing a voice for alternative views, voice for conservatives.
Maria's fired up today, Terry. It must have been that coffee I gave her.
I'm fired up.
You're in the West
day.
Virginia Cup. That's the magic cup right there. West Virginia, baby. Go Mountaineers.
All this DSA. I think with this DSA stuff, in addition to everything you said, they don't have a platform. So what are they going to do? They can't respond to the Trump agenda, which they hate because they hate the man. So what do? They tack left. They keep tacking left. And then they try to spin, as far as they are on the left, they try to spin that into something that's palatable for their constituents. It's bizarre.
I really think that if we had a real party here and you had a real candidate and you had a real platform, I mean, when I talked about running for mayor, Goodlander and I thought we could get 35% of the vote. Now I think we could get 45%. I mean, I really do, because you just got to give people an alternative, and they don't have one. Now, speaking of alternatives,
back in the day, Carol Schwartz, who was our Republican on the DC Council for a long time, ran for mayor against Marion Barry, who was our crackhead mayor in the 90s, and she got 42%, I believe. Maria probably knows the number better than I do, but in the 40s.
She did. She
People are open to alternatives if we give a credible alternative.
If the alternative is articulated out there. That's why a show like this is important. But there should be a number of shows like this, and the papers will finally get on our side if there are. But in the meantime,
they don't have to be on our side. They just have to report the truth.
Well,
Let's just report the truth.
They have to listen.
But there's nothing for them to listen to. So what are they going to do?
They listen to this, John.
Well, this is it. Other than this, I mean, we did have a front page article in the Washington Post, and we've got some other articles coming up, hopefully, as they pay attention.
We're making waves. We're building.
Speaking of this whole thing, let's just put it out there. The DC GOP is a leaderless, rudderless ship with nothing going on, with no vision, no press conferences, no alternative message, nothing, no building, no town hall meetings like I'm doing. I had town hall meetings. What happened to me? Instead of embracing it, they threw me and Ann out of the party. That's what Mara did. I mean, somebody asked me the other day, why did Mara throw you out of the party and Ann? I said, because we work. That's the reason. We work. They don't want to work. They don't want to do anything. Therefore, you work, you get thrown out instead of being embraced to expand your base. Having said that, we got to get change. And so Christina Goodlander, the vice chair of the DC GOP, we'll talk about this because it's real. She is running for chairman to oust Patrick Mara, who has done nothing. And that election is going to be held in January. It's not on the ballot. It is held amongst members of the Republican committee, which right now there's about 30 or so. More nominations can be taken at meetings, and they have to get nominated and voting on. So both candidates will put their own nominations in, and hopefully it'll be even. So it's an inside the party public vote. You'll have a meeting, and Christina's my candidate. We need change. Terry, we need change. We can't want it.
Christina, what are your main platforms? Give me the top 5 of your platform. 5 bullet points.
Look, the reason why I'm running is because I believe that we can elect Republicans in Washington, D.C. And what the party does is provides that infrastructure. So it's sort of a 3-part thing, and we can call it the 3 M's. It's message, manpower, and money. Or we could be a little bit more crude. It could be the 3 B's. It could be brains, bodies, and Benjamins. But basically, what we need to do is develop a clear sense of what we stand for as DC Republicans. We need to have real thought leadership. We need to become fluent in real policy solutions that we can offer as a credible alternative platform for voters. So that's the message or the brains component. We need manpower. We need to build a bench. We need to be recruiting candidates, we don't need to just pull a fire drill every 4 years to try to find somebody for mayor. We need to be recruiting these hyper-local candidates for advisory neighborhood commission, which is why I'm so thankful to John for stepping up and running for ANC, because there are 345 of these seats around the city. And last I checked, we only had 2 Republicans, which is insane because these are elected on a nonpartisan basis. It's very, very possible to get our people elected to these advisory neighborhood commissions. And that's a really important stepping stone. Mayor Bowser got her start as an ANC commissioner, as did many of the members of the council. This is something that we really need to focus on building up our bench, and we need to play to our strengths. So Patrick and the party like to talk about how we have a record number of candidates this cycle because we have 7 candidates for office, but we don't have anybody in Ward 3, which is our strongest ward, where historically we get 20 to 30%, but with the right candidate, look, we bump that up to 30 to 40%, and then it becomes very thinkable that we could win that seat. So Ward 3, which for those of you who might be visitors to DC, that's where the zoo is. It's like a beautiful leafy part of Upper Northwest. It's where Mario lives. But that's, look, we don't even have a candidate for that council seat this cycle. So we really need to be playing to our strengths, focusing on where we can bank wins now, because the narrative right now is that we can't win anything.
That's right.
But we need to start winning some things to change the narrative. And there are races that we can win right now. So we need to focus on that. So that's the manpower component. And then finally, the money component. Look, we are bringing a knife to a gunfight. The Democrats have a multi-million-dollar, like tens of millions of dollars operation between their candidates, between their super PACs, between their various think tanks that operate as quasi-campaign operations. We don't even have $200,000 in the bank as the DC Republican Party. And I'm not telling tales out of school. Campaign finance numbers are publicly reported in this country. We need to really raise real money. We need to focus on fundraising. We need to build an operation because, like it or not, first of all, money lets us do things. And second of all, money in itself is a metric of seriousness. Mm-hmm. Every time I'm evaluating a candidate for public office, I'll look and see what are their fundraising numbers. And you don't necessarily have to have the highest amount of money because obviously like Kamala Harris massively outspent President Trump and she still lost, but you need to have enough money to play the game.
Right.
And right now we don't.
Right.
We need to raise $1 million per year just for starters.
What are we raising now?
Not even 200,000.
So how are you going to get the $1 million? What would be your plan for that?
Look, it's a combination of what we call call time, dialing for dollars. It's events. It would be a combination. So I've been pushing kind of behind the scenes to have a national fundraising strategy for a long time, kind of in, behind the scenes quietly in my role as vice chair. I've been shut down every time. I've been told that'll never work. Nobody will donate. But what I'm so thankful to John for is that you gave me the chance to run your Ward 2 ward chair campaign. And we did a national fundraising strategy, and we raised close to $40,000 for a local party office in DC. And a lot of that was donations from Americans around the country who believe in our nation's capital and who believe that they have a stake in our nation's capital.
With a $200 limit.
Yeah, with a $200 limit.
$200 finance limit, by the way.
$1,000 limit, which is the limit for the party. It's $10,000 for the.
I mean, if you can raise $40,000, by the way, two of my donors right here, Terry Gilberg, thank you for donating. Maria, thank you for donating. You're the max.
This hour from Town Hall.
Also, your husband, Mark. Hello. Also, Dan. But look, I mean, we raised $40,000 for a local ward race across the country. So you prove that you can do it. And my point is, when every time you've brought an idea, they just shut it down. And, you go on these executive committee calls. I mean, we got into it because, he had budget he was presenting. And I asked a question, like, before we do the budget, what's your vision for 26? And they cut me off and threw me off the Zoom call and then threw me out of the party. Because I asked the question, like, what is your vision? Well, they don't have one. I've never seen anything like this in my life. And
there's so many people who have been
around. Yeah. I was in Pennsylvania party. I was in Virginia forever. I mean, I was in New Jersey. I was in Georgia. I've never seen anything like what I've grappled with here.
The bottom line to me at the top of the page is, do you want to win or don't you? Politics is about winning elections. It's not really about policy. You can talk about policy in an effort to win the election, but politics is about winning elections. Do you want to win or don't you?
And as a party, we need to make ourselves capable of winning elections. We need candidate recruitment, and we need real resources as a party. And there's a lot of money in DC. There are a lot of people in DC who have resources, who want to see change in our city as well. I think that we really can build the infrastructure that we need, like Terry said, so that we can recruit candidates who will win elections.
All right. Well, you need to get up a website so we can tell people where to go. So that's got to be your first priority. People want to volunteer, help you out, become part of the committee, get involved, because, you can't start this thing when you win in January. You got to start it now. You got to start recruiting people now. Right. So we're going to close with this. You can't close with a segment like this without Maria weighing in. So let me ask you, Maria, you've been around a little bit of time, a minute.
Or two.
Can Goodlander win?
Listen, Republicans can win in the district. It's
not my question.
John, don't put John.
I put everybody on this.
Everybody on the spot, okay?
The day is grapple. We all grapple with challenges.
The answer is yes.
In our daily
Goodlander
lives.
can win. Thank you for your spirited answer. That's my meta phrase of the day. Maria says yes. Goodlander can win. Thank you. Very articulate as always. I love your coffee cup more than ever.
I love the coffee cup.
All right,
too.
Terry,
Thank you.
close us out.
Goodlander can win because John is already winning, because President Trump is winning. And that's a wrap for the show today on the DC Dispatch. I'm Terry Gilbert, Maria Pickering. Christina Goodlander joins us from Florida. Hi, Christina. And it's John's show, the great John Fredericks.
Well, thank you for the compliment. 6 p.m. tonight, Eastern Time. Don't miss it. Game on America, Big 12 football. We're going to do the breakdown on Game on America, 6 and 7 p.m. across the John Fredericks Media Network. Don't miss that. I want to thank everybody, DC Dispatch. Christina, thank you for being with us remotely. Terry, thanks for being with us. And Maria, always good to have you. Fired up today, Maria. The best of Maria today. You're fired up. All right, guys. Michael Patrick Leahy chomping at the bit. Live next. Don't forget, starting on August 17th, Leahy moves to 3 to 5. And coming in 10 to noon is Wendy Bell Live. See you tomorrow.
News and analysis, townhall.com.